earlier in March 2020, but we had to postpone it the last hour because of the government directive to curb the spread of COVID-19. Hence, there has been lots of inconvenience to the participant, and we sincerely apologize for the last minute postponement of this particular program. In fact, in this session, I have the pleasure to introduce Professor Anu Singh Lathir, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Ambedkar University, Delhi. In fact, she has been a very distinguished academician as well as an able academic administrator par excellence. She has been Pro-Vice Chancellor of Delhi Technological University before joining Ambedkar University, Delhi. She was indeed instrumental in establishing the East Delhi campus of Delhi Technological University with focus on social science, management, and entrepreneurship. Originally, she is from IP University. Ma'am, we welcome you to this webinar.
Thank you so much.
We have also with us Professor Hrishikesh Sanapati, Director NCRT, who has contributed immensely on development of NCRT in recent years, and more specifically to the National Policy of Education 2020. He carries with him more than 25 years of experience working in school education sector particularly, and also he has been professor in education in NCRT, has worked in many regional institute of education. Also, he worked as a principal in Regional Institute of Education, Bhopal. We have also a distinguished academician, Professor K. Ramchandra, who is yet to join. In fact, he has some problem in getting into the web link. I hope that in the process he joins. In fact, Professor Ramchandran is the advisor of India Africa Institute of Educational Planning and Administration in Nepal, and he had worked in UNICEF as senior education specialist and senior program coordinator, and he's supposed to give the keynote address to this webinar, and he started his career with NCRT. I would like to draw your kind attention that the development of 21st century skill in our learner is the need of the hour. There are considerable vital in order of effective workers in the contemporary times. The skills such as cognitive skills, interpersonal skills, life skills, technical skills are conceptualized in the National Policy of Education 2020. And all these aspects are overarching, in fact, dimensions such as information, which is a source and as a product, communication, such as written, spoken, virtual, art, collaboration, and using information and communication technology. And last one is the ethics and social impact, which is in fact very crucial to our educational scenario today. And that has the social responsibility, critical thinking, decision making, social awareness. All these have been largely emphasized in the National Policy of Education 2020 for the educational institution to be acquired by our students. It is not limited to only vocational education. In fact, all disciplines are supposed to focus on these aspects as well. It is in this context, the School of Vocational Studies thought of conceptualizing this 21st century skill, even though it was prior to the release of the National Policy on Education. And we thought that this is most crucial to the students of the vocational education, and particularly those who are engaged in the skill development programs. And it is in this context, this webinar has been organized, and I'm sure that this webinar will provide an academic forum to exchange the ideas, perspectives, and experiences on challenges encountering during the theorizing, planning, and implementation of such program. In fact, let me tell you, we have good dignitaries, very eminent dignitaries like Professor Mohan Menon, who has done extensive work in the teacher education area and pedagogical uh, practices. We have with us Professor Salil Misra, who is the Pro Vice Chancellor of Ambedkar University, Delhi, and he basically he's an historian, but has keeps lots of interest on the development of skills and other attributes of the students. We have Professor Khambayat, who is also the joint director in the Pandit Sundarlal Sharma Institute of Vocational Education, and subsequently some more dignitaries will be also joining in that day. And I extend a very warm welcome to all of you. And I thank our Vice Chancellor and Director NCRT particularly for finding some time and joining in this webinar. So now I request Professor Hrishikesh Senapati to kindly come in and give the inaugural address. Professor Senapati, please.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be a part of this program. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Anu Singh Ledkar, Professor K. Ramchandran, Professor Jena, who is coordinating this program, and Professor Mohan Menon, Professor Sharma, and my colleague Professor Khambayat, and other dignitaries who are present here. I'm really very happy. We are going to discuss something on vocational education because this is the need of hour. And all of us know our National Policy 2020 has put a lot of emphasis on this vocational education. And we are going to introduce vocational education from class 6. And now we all know we are in 21st century. When we are talking of 21st century learning skills or 21st century skills, and we have to see what are the skills and what exactly we want and what is the gap. And Professor Jena has already highlighted that what are the skills. And we know the learning skills that we have to develop critical thinking, we have to develop this collaboration skill, communication skills, and we have to develop this creativity, problem solving ability, and also the literacy skills. It may be information literacy, it may be media literacy, and it may be life skills, it may be leadership, initiative, productivity. So many things are there. And when we are discussing about these life skills or these skills, 21st century skills in the context of vocational education, and we have to see what is the current scenario now. If you see the current scenario, we all know what is the status of vocational education in our country. If we compare it with other countries, if in South Korea 95% are exposed to vocational education, in India it is around 5%. So you see the wide gap. What is the gap now we have? And in our school system, what we are doing, we are introducing vocational education from class 9, 9, 10, 11, 12, 4 years they are learning. And during these 4 years, what is the weightage? Weightage, we are giving only 1,000 hours of vocational education to our students. So from that point of view, this is very, very important. And what we want, we want that we want that vocational education should be imparted in a proper way, in a proper manner, so that the expectation of this policy that by 2025, 50% of students will be exposed to vocational education. If that is the expectation, and the current scenario is something different, and that is why I'm happy to mention here, and Professor Khambayat is there. We have some collaboration with a government of South Korea, and we are going to introduce this vocational education in our schools. It's already there, but in collaboration, we are going to introduce in a different way, conducting some experiment in this area. Keeping in view this 1000 hour during 4 hours, really we are not giving justice to vocational education. It is separate stream. It is not integrated with the general stream, and it is isolated. It is looked down by everybody. Vocational education. That means those students who are not capable of doing other things, they will go for vocational education. So this we have to think in a different way, and we have started one initiative, and we have adopted 10 schools. Professor Kambhath will highlight 10 schools, and we are going to introduce this vocational education with this pre-vocational skills. That was our plan, but fortunately in policy it has come that we introduce from class 6, and our plan was to introduce it just to conduct some experiment, and our plan was to give weightage to 2000 hours. From 1000 we wanted to enhance it to 2000 hours, because when we compare it to South Korea, it is 4000 hours. And in that collaboration, we have established one lab, beauty lab, and we are going to establish another lab, mechatronics lab. So in this context, the what is required now? Because when we know that vocational education is going to be an integral part of this teaching, learning, and mainstream education, then what will be the policy, what will be the pedagogy, what will be the assessment strategy for general education, that will be also for the vocational education. This is something good. We are going to give due weightage to vocational education, because when we are talking of the skills, the 21st century skills, if you look at the policy, because Professor Ramchandran will highlight about the policy implication, but look, from pedagogical point of view, what actually we are going to do. And from curricular point of view, lot of flexibility, vocational education will be introduced as a subject, and it will be with the mainstream. And from pedagogical point of view, we are going to introduce art, going to have this art integrated learning, ICT integrated learning, sports integrated learning, storytelling based learning. And when we are going to bring about the pedagogical reform in general education, that will be also applicable for vocational education. The most important focus of this is to experiential learning, and only through experiential learning we can really develop 21st century learning skills. What we are saying, the 21st century learning skills, by transacting what is there in the text, we cannot develop the 21st century learning skill. Let our children experience, let our children observe, let them formulate their own hypothesis, let them come to their own conclusion, own decision. So that we have to do, that type of environment we have to create in our schools, and that is the need of our. And when vocational education will be introduced from class 6, and what is the expectation of the policy when they will come out of the school, at least they will have mastery over one skills. That means we have recognized the importance of vocational education, and now our children will develop their critical thinking, their problem solving ability, their creativity on their own way. Because when experiential learning, that it is not for the only general, it is also for vocational education. And when we are talking about, similarly in the assessment, when we are talking about reform in assessment, you see 360-degree assessment. And 360-degree assessment, we are going to make it more transparent, and we are going to conduct self-assessment, peer assessment, assessment by the teachers, even by the parents, that way everybody. That means then we are going to make this system more transparent. And since vocational education is going to be integrated with the mainstream, and everything will be applicable for vocational education, and definitely it will help our students to develop their skills and competencies. And when it will help them to develop their skills and competency, definitely they will be good citizens, and they will come out of the school with their skills and competencies, and they will not face any problem. The problem, what is the in current scenario, what problem we are facing? Because the students, after completion of this higher secondary, they're going to college, and we know what type of skills they have, and we are encouraging our children to have content mastery. And this content mastery, if they are unable to comprehend, they are trying to memorize, and they are securing good mark in exam. But actually, that is not going to serve the purpose. And if you see the history, it may be Mudaliar Commission, that the uh, recommendation of Mudaliar Commission, and even Kothari Commission and other even policy, everything has been recommended. But we are not in a position to implement vocational education in its true spirit, in true sense. That is why our society is suffering, and now Honorable Prime Minister is putting a lot of emphasis on the skill development. Separate skill ministry has been set up. But now there is a lack of coordination, lack of coherence, and that is why we are also facing problem. Because when we are talking of the assessment, who will do the assessment in school of the vocational education, the statistical council. You see the what is the difference, and now we don't have convergence. That is why we have to establish convergence, and we have to work together, and we have to involve our community. Most important that actually, if really we want to develop this 21st century learning skills among the students, keeping in view the vocational education, and we have to involve community. And in policy also they have recommended that lok vidya, and what is, and they the 10 days bagless day. That means we are going to give this experience to our children. Let them go to the community, let them share their experiences, let them learn from the community, and they will be exposed to different local specific vocations. So it will bring about a change in their mindset. And what we have to do to develop this 21st century skill, but we have to bring about change in attitude also, because it is not that we now we are looking down, and we have to see our children should understand the importance of dignity of labor. If they can understand the importance of dignity of labor, then definitely it will bring about change in the entire society. And definitely they understand the importance, and they will be good citizen of this country. They will be good human being, because we are going to present everything in a holistic way. You see the policy perspective from a holistic way, we are going to present everything, and they will be able to comprehend, they will experience, and they will learn, and accordingly they can adjust to effectively with everybody. And most important thing, really, if we want to develop this 21st century learning skill, we have to establish very good relationship with the industry. Without establishing a relationship with the industry, we cannot promote vocational education in our country, because vocational in other countries very good tie up with the industry and school, and the industry and this university or college education, whatever it may be. And so that we have to establish. In our experiment, we are going to now establish this mechatronics lab in Bhopal, in PCCIB, and now in our school demonstration multipurpose school. And we have conducted several meetings with the industry people, and we have assessed the need and what exactly they need, what type of skills and mechatronics, what is being implemented in South Korea that may not be suitable for India. That is why what we want, keeping in view our local needs, our necessity, our requirement, we can develop our own program. So that is why we have to now think of in a different way, because basic education what introduced Naitalim, we all know, and what are the problems, and we can integrate everything. Now policy is putting a lot of emphasis on this multidisciplinary education, multidisciplinary approach. When it is multidisciplinary, definitely craft is going to be integrated, and our student will not only be exposed to different subjects through experiential learning, they will be provided opportunity to understand interrelationship. When they will understand the interrelationship between vocational education and general education, because the vocational education is going to be subject, and definitely it will be integrated in a proper way, and they will develop the skills and competency. It will bring about a significant change, not only in their attitude, in their mindset, and they can develop the skills and competency. And when they will come out of the school, definitely they will be acquiring the required skills and competency, and ultimately that will help them to stand on their own feet. So, and they can also understand what is the interrelationship. That is the purpose. That is why we have to see vocational education from a holistic perspective, and we have to integrate, and we have to use the same pedagogy, and we have to use the same process of assessment. And so because it is going to curriculum is going to be competency based now, the content load will be less. When it will be competency based, content load will be less, and there will be pedagogical reform, assessment reform. Definitely vocational education will get its due weightage, and we are going to involve industry, involve community, and use available resources, so that we can bring about a change. Definitely it is a challenge, because from practical point of view, now we are going to start the process, the developing national curriculum framework. After that, it will take 2 years to develop the textbooks, and also vocational education also will be develop the textbook for that. And then we do not know how will be successful, but to what extent will be successful. But still, we are trying our best. to bring about a change, and I think it will be very useful. And I'm very happy that I have got this opportunity to interact with you. Many scholars, many important persons are present here in this meeting. Definitely, we'll work together to bring about a change in the entire system of education, particularly vocational education. And I feel that this seminar will give us insight, and we want to bring about change, and we can prepare a roadmap and to implement vocational education in a proper manner. And I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sanapati, for your thought-provoking address. In fact, let me tell you that the Ambedkar in Ambedkar University, Delhi, the School of Vocational Studies is, though it is a social science university, but emphasis is lot laid on the skill training. And we have at the moment 4 BVOC programs. One is retail management, tourism and hospitality. This year we have started finance and accounting, and very unique program which is first time perhaps in the country, which the university is offering, the early childhood center management and entrepreneurship. Not the teacher training, but how to manage a early childhood center. This is these are the 4 BVOC program which are in offer, and UGC has given the approval for all these 4 programs. And in this backdrop, let me tell you that we thought that we should first keep in pace with the higher education system, though vocational education is always considered as a poor cousin of the general education system. So now the as you said rightly, that the vocational education is being introduced from class 6th onwards as a pre-vocational course. I'm sure that the mindset of the parents and the children will change once they know the benefit that they can draw out of this vocational education per se. In fact, this webinar, we have registered almost more than 200 participants, and now our Zoom platform is always full, and we are now diverting the people to the YouTube. And in fact, there is a very good response because people are very much interested to understand what is happening in the vocational education scenario. This gives the importance to this particular webinar. Now, I don't want to waste much time. I invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Anu Singh Lather, to give the address and set the tone for this particular seminar. Ma'am, it is your turn, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I welcome all of you to AUD. Professor Senapati, your smiling face is so encouraging for all the participants, and well said, and you set the tone. Professor Salil Mishra, the Pro-Vice Chancellor of the university, is also present. I'm so happy that he takes a lot of interest in the conferences and seminars, and he participates wholeheartedly into every program of the university. Professor Ramachandran is likely to join. Professor Menon is here. I welcome all of you to the program. In fact, well said by Professor Satpathy that the delinking of, not delinking, in fact, we never said the intersection between the vocational education and the industry connect. And that was the missing part. I'd like to share with you data of a survey which was undertaken by the Ministry of Labor and Employment in 2013-14. And those are very surprising information which I like to share here. And this was assessing the skill capacity of the workforce in India between the age group of 15 to 59 years. I think some of you must have also referred to this study. The 30% of the Indian workforce is illiterate. 25% of them have taken the education only up to the primary level, or no education at all, or some kind of primary education. 35% of them have taken education till the middle class. and only 10% of the Indian workforce is vocationally trained, out of which 8% have come through the informal channels of education, not through the formal channel. Only 2% of the skilled workforce in India comes through the formal channels. When I say formal channels, that is through acquiring the diplomas and degrees through ITIs and other certifications which happen in India. Unfortunately, as Professor Jana rightly said, that it has been the poor cousin of the education system. I think no more with the new education policy framework. And we all know that new education policy has been more than a dream project for India now, because the way vocational education has been positioned and has been emphasized, that itself shows that how important this has been in the past and shall be in future too. So the quality of outcome of vocational education, which is going to come out of the school level teaching and learning, right from class 6th onwards, is going to give us the quality input for designing programs at the university level. Professor Jana has already shared that we have a School of Vocational Studies in a social sciences domain. And we also have an MBA program, which is again a professional program of the university. And bringing the intersection between the vocational teaching learning along with the management teaching learning is a natural transition. I think we also need to look at, since I come from the management background, I see there is so much green space between the two disciplines. We need to explore that very seriously. In AUD, we have introduced a new program called MBA IEV, that's Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Venture Development. While we designed this program, would you believe that the theory part has only been 20% in this, and 80% is going to be the on-the-job training. It's going to be practical, experiential, and learning from the industry experts. 80% of the focus, we've kept it on that. Learning from your masters, learning from the craftsperson, learning from the success stories of people from industry. So the treatment of the curriculum and designing of the curriculum needs to be to get the central focus in terms of planning. Now, the employability skills which the vocational education wants to look at is, number one is for job readiness. That means the already existing jobs which are there in the market, we prepare our students the same. And number two would be for self-employment. The skills required for the jobs which are going to be created by every entrepreneur. As I said, the MBA IEV program, which we want to start here, is looking for a different skill set. And it's more to do with, as rightly said by both the speakers, that it has much to do with the learning of the life skills, and which was the missing part of education, and particularly the higher education in our country. And by we've understood that the skills which the industry is looking for in the prospective people who are going to join them is going to be life skills. Japanese, since I come from management, I always refer to the Japanese model, how they are skilling their workforce in industry and also in other sectors. They have a system of Kaizen, we call it as Kaizen strategies, and Ringi system, and system of Nemawashi. The Kaizen believes in continuous improvement on the skills, and that continuous improvement on the skills is achieved by way of many ways and means, while every institution designs its own system of doing that. And Ringi system is the people at the shop floor level, people at the grassroots level are the ones who are the trainers for the skill. So Japanese had already imbibed the culture of skilling their people through an approach which was highly visionary in nature. Nemawashi was another system where they work silently towards a certain project at the grassroots level, understanding the basics and the basis of certain phenomena, and then building up the understanding on that. So while we look at that, the vision for the our vocational education has actually come as an armchair understanding rather than coming from the experts in the field. I think the time has come where we need to look at that. The Professor Senapati was talking about the regional differences. I totally agree with him that there are going to be regional differences in terms of the job roles and skill sets which are required. Because what kind of skill sets which are required for the workforce in West Bengal would be very different from the one from Orissa or from the southern part of the states of the country. So we also need to have the regional focus on creating the environment for skilling of the local workforce. That's very, very important. So region specific skilling is also very important. Short-term training, apprenticeship training, on-the-job training have always been there, and we've seen the success stories in terms of their contribution. But the holistic vision of the policy has never been there. We need to look at it holistically. That's very important. Uh, Today we see that digital revolution which has come on the way, and it's going to take over almost all the jobs from the market. uh, gig economy is the way of life now. I hope we all understand what is gig economy. Gig economy is economy in which there is going to be a lot of dependence on the workforce, which is highly specialized, highly trained, who's talented and meritorious, and hired on freelance basis. And the world, and we have seen during the COVID times that how online platforms have encouraged these freelancers to work on hourly basis, on daily basis, and maybe on project basis. So that's going to be another economy, parallel economy, which is going to emerge post COVID time. In fact, it was seen and viewed by the industry experts long time back, but then COVID times has actually given impetus to gig economy. So the times are going to be where we need to focus on the changes which are going to come after the digital revolution. The skills required in future times, we all know, is going to be coding at the school level. Children should learn, and it's going to be low end coding, it's going to be high end coding, it is going to be understanding AI. And AI is not only going to be learned by engineers and people who are from the technology background, but some kind of AI is going to be there in every education system, and these children will have to learn it even at the school level. uh, the importance of big data analytics, the importance of deep learning and machine learning, which has again become way of life now. So all these are going to be the future skill sets which our children should learn, and we must try to put it in our curriculum, both at the school level and higher education level. uh, when I say gig economy, it also brings in challenge in terms of irrelevance of certain jobs, which is going to happen in time with time, and that irrelevance is going to happen very soon. The online platforms of teaching learning, which have already begun during the COVID times, we see it has also brought in some kind of a focus on internationalization of imparting skills, imparting education. So we'll also be losing a lot of jobs in coming times. So we'll be preparing for newer jobs. So conventional jobs and conventional vision is not going to work in future for sure. I feel that since online platforms are going to stay now, and they will also become integral part of higher education teaching learning, and also going to be the exclusive platforms for the training in coming times. So some kind of certification in the cyber security also becomes very important, because the training which we're going to be imparting, and we know the cyber issues and cyber security issues which are emerging now, we all as teachers are facing this from time to time. We need to have that certification and that understanding that how the cyberspace works is also an important certification program to be introduced for our I would request Professor Jenna if we can do it for our own students of School of Vocational Studies, and give them hands-on training how to handle that. We may also buy certain softwares in order to deal with the menace of cyber crimes and cyber you can say misconduct. We can also do that. Now as I said, there's skill training in coding at all levels. Then digital marketing is another space, which is again not going to be very high end. And digital marketing is going to bring in lots and lots and lots of jobs through the e-commerce sites. And these are also going to be important for our vocational students at our university. So even teaching them the nuances of digital marketing, because that's going to become a way of life. Animation, I feel, is yet another area where a lot of jobs are going to happen. Web content designing, web designing is also going to be a very important field where we can offer some skill sets to our students. Other than the web designing, designing per se, I feel that designing is another area which needs to have a closer relationship with the artisans of the country, which is again, I feel that if we have to take that 2% of the workforce, which has been trained through the formal channels, to take them further from 2% to 20% or 50% in coming times, we also need the people from the design background to sit with these masters and the artisans and help them out in how to design. For example, designing of furniture, for example. It has been happening right at a high-end furniture being designed and the low-end furniture being designed, and some kind of formal training also is required here. So I feel that the School of Designs which we created in higher education institutions will also play a very, very important role. The repair and maintenance is also going to be another focus areas where jobs are going to come up, and repair and maintenance of the machinery, repair and maintenance of the computers, repair and maintenance of the equipment, repair and maintenance of any kind of machines is also going to be an important area where skilling would be required, and we need to focus on. Somehow, I feel that the longevity of life with the better medical care, with the biomedicine, with the bioengineering, and with the pharma researches which have happened all over the world. We have seen that COVID has been the pandemic all over the world. And we've also seen the collaborative initiatives of our scientists, our biomedical professionals and researchers to find a vaccine for COVID has been commendable. In fact, in a very short time, we may have vaccine for the COVID. Uh, this will be leading to the new normal. I remember having read a book by Deepak Chopra, which that is Ageless Body and Timeless Mind, a wonderful book, but I found it unbelievable and just a fiction in 1994. When he said that the average age of human beings is going to be 138 years. And today, when bioscientists say so, I have started believing in the fiction, in which he said that if we can control the levels of biochemistry in our body, and also keep the mental health at par with the physical well-being, an average human being in the world is going to survive for at least 138 years. And I have started believing so. So the new normal would be that there would be people who may cross the age of 100 years. In my own family, I've got 4 members who are touching 100 years of age. And when I look at them, some of them, few of them are healthy. They suffer from no disease. They are mentally, physically healthy. And some of them have the medical issues. But then there are medicines, there are interventions which have been keeping them healthy. So I've got 4 members who are going to be touching 100 in a year or two or so. So I can believe that the new normal is going to be that the average age is going to be 100 plus for sure. So we are going to be preparing for our society for this aging population, and this will require a lot and a lot of vision for how we're going to be doing that. Social skills, which probably have taken the backseat in our society, are going to be the in thing. We need to address to the social causes very seriously, very deeply in coming times. The interpersonal sensitivity to the age group of people who are going to be retiring at 60 and 65, the government will have to deliberate and see whether the healthy workforce and their engagement with the services can go up to 80 years, 90 years, maybe more than that. And this is also going to be new normal in coming times with the longevity of age. Uh, then we've seen the welfare of the wide spectrum of humankind. There are gays, there is LGBTQ, there are people who are straight, there are people who are 10 years old, 2 years old, there are people who are 80 years old, 100 years old, and will be more than 100 years old in coming time. The wide spectrum in which societies are going to be subjected to the kind of challenges, we need to prepare for those times also. There is going to be an illiterate workforce, there is going to be highly technology savvy trained workforce which is going to be there. So how the society will have to address to the bandwidth and spectrum of the challenges in coming times. And it's not a far away future, it's a very near future. And the life of all of us, whether we want to acknowledge or we do not want to acknowledge, algorithms are going to play a very important role in our lives. The mundane, I'll give you an example, a very mundane testing for which we go to Lal Path labs, or we go to other testing labs, is all going to be done in a very compact manner with a machine at home. So we will not need to go to a testing center to get our normal tests done. So the algorithms are going to work, and they are going to enter into our life on day-to-day basis. So we will need to understand the man-machine interface, and those skills would also be required. The training of the people like you and me, who are going to become completely obsolete in terms of the IT interventions which we require. So those skills will also be required for training the population of a country which is touching 80 years, 90 years, 50 years, 60 years. A different kind of skills would also be required to be passed on to them. So aging population in our country is also need to be attended to in future. The automation by 2025 is going to take away all the jobs which exist today. And in order to stay relevant, we'll have to reinvent ourselves every day. And I don't know what is going to happen after 2050. We believe it is not far away, but it is so challenging. So psychology is going to play a very, very important role, and the social scientists will have a bigger pie in terms of their role. When NEP deliberations were happening at different forums, I made it very clear to most of the people that AUD has a leadership role to play in a new education policy, because we as a social science domain, we are in that space where we'll have to design the courses, certification, and also connect with the community. And we are going to play a very important role in coming times. Uh, so I've been seeing that the mental health issues, even with our own students and students in society, with the anxiety, with the depression, with the well-being, etc. So people will take to different type of intervention for handling their own problems. Some of them may take to the medication, others will take to meditation, still others will go for psychotherapy. There would be others who will be exercising. There would still be others who would be following a different lifestyle in terms of following their hobbies to engage themselves. So life skills would be very, very important in times, and learning to deal with your failures, learning to deal with the job gaps which may happen with the next generation. Because as I say, the gig economy is going to stay here, and the gig economy is going to be for the highly talented, highly specialized, super specialized kind of people. So the jobs will shift from the full time to part time to freelancing jobs. So this is also going to be a very big challenge for all of us. Uh, Human beings are going to be the center stage for sure. I know that. And the spirituality is far more important today than it has been in the past. And spirituality is going to be far more important in coming times. In future, we will need far more spiritual quotient to handle our issues in society. Machines are going to stay there, they will be there, and more number of complications are going to be there. So learning life skills is going to be the 21st century, the skills required. I feel the 21st century skills which need the prime focus is going to be the life skills. So it is from A to Z, it's just going to be learning how to cope up with your life, connecting to the man-machine interface. So mindfulness, then metacognition, your emotional social intelligence, your attitude to contribute to society, your attribute to believe that along with your rights, you also have duties to perform, the global outlook of people, connecting to what's happening elsewhere, citizenship behavior, being more disciplined is also is going to be a big challenge. We do not need impressive personalities, but we need impressive character in future in order to handle all the difficulties. So I am so happy that Professor Jena, he organized the very relevant topic for today's discussion. And I think all the deliberations which happen are going to be published in some form. And I think we should, as a university, try to document each and every deliberation which happens. And I congratulate the team, School of Vocational Studies, for their initiative. Congratulations to all of you. And I hope the deliberations are going to go a long way in strengthening the new education policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for giving your very, very insightful and apt inputs to the designing various aspects related to vocational courses or vocational programs in the country. And I'm sure that your the input that you have given, the areas that you have covered, means wide spectrum of areas. I think the School of Education will try to take some of these things and get executed at the school level. And we are extremely thankful to you for joining us and finding out some of your valuable time. Particularly, I know you are extremely busy, so we are extremely thankful to you for sparing some time. I also thank Professor Senapati, who is also, I know that it is very difficult to catch him, so he has also given some of his time to us, and we are extremely thankful to both of you. In fact, Professor Ramchandra, who is supposed to give the keynote address in the session, unfortunately has not been able to join because of some technical error at his end. So we are trying to fix the error, whatever he has. And as and when he joins here, we'll give time for him for his presentation. And his presentation was found to be very relevant as far as 21st century learning skill is concerned, what Professor Senapati also emphasized. We wanted to have more focus on this. Now we come to the end of this particular inaugural session. I request Akha, Akha, if you are connected, please switch on your video. Akha is the associate professor and dean in the School of Vocational Studies. He's logged in. Akha, I think he has to be given the right to audio right. Akha, you are connected. Yes. All so right. Akha, you can just give a vote of thanks to our dignitaries, sure. And then you can take over the next session.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Jaina, for giving me the time to give the vote of thanks. I take to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Anu Singh Lathar, for all her support and encouragement to the School of Vocational Studies, and for taking out time from her busy schedule to join us and also deliver the presidential remark. I, on behalf of the School of Vocational Studies and the university, would also like to thank Professor H.K. Senapati, Director NCRT, for taking out time from his busy schedule and happily coming on board, and for giving the inaugural address. With this, we come to the end of the first inaugural sessions, and I wish everyone a very good day ahead. And now I think what we can do is that I think, as Professor Jaina suggested, since it's already 11:38, we can straight away go to the first technical session. So, sir, if you permit me, I think we can, should we begin with the first technical session?
Yeah, Akha, you can start continuing. That is on 21st century skill, the context for vocational education.
All right, all right.
Professor Jaina,
sir, ma'am.
I would like to leave.
So,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
sure, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We are extremely thankful to you for joining us.
My pleasure always. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thanks to Professor Senapati also.
Thanks to Professor Senapati as well.
All right. So, welcome back, everyone. And then welcome to the first technical sessions. This is on the 21st century skills, the context for vocational education. So before we begin this session, I would like to just say a few words. That is that, I mean, as part of these sessions, I would just like to read out some of the modalities of the sessions. We are extremely, I think, fortunate to have Professor R. Khambayat here with us today. And we also have a very interesting 4 paper presenters today. So first, we will give Professor Khambayat the time for his inaugural remark. And then after that, we will go to each of the paper presenters, and then they will give their presentations. And then we will take some time to answers to some of the questions and answers and comments on the presentations. And that is how we will go with it. And so now, just before we give the time to Professor Khambayat, let me just give you a brief introduction to all of us. I know, I mean, most of us are aware of Professor Kambayat, but then let me just do this honor. So Professor Kambayat is currently the Joint Director of the Pandit Sundarlal Sharma Central Institute of Vocational Education in Bhopal. He has been a Fulbright Scholar in 2014. He has also is actively involved in various national and international research and collaborations with many countries across the globe. At the Pandit Sundarlal Sharma Central Institute of Vocational Education, Professor Kambayat has done various responsibilities and charges. And therefore, I mean, without much delay, I would like to welcome Professor Kambayat to give his initial remark on the theme that is which is on the 21st century skills, the context for vocational education. Over to you, Professor Kambayat. You may take about 15 minutes to give your initial remarks.
Okay.
What do you say?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Akha, for such a wonderful introduction. Let me thank the university and particularly Dr. Jena and the entire organizing team for giving such a wonderful opportunity to talk to you and share some ideas today on a very important topic. If you allow me, I would like to make a short presentation so that the discussion goes in a more rightful way, which we would like to envisage from this particular session. So I'll be making a...
Yes, you are the co-host now, so you can share your screen.
Yeah. So I'll be making a very short, crisp presentation so that can you see the presentation now? Just let me confirm.
Yes, please. The screen is visible. 21st century skill context for vocational education.
Okay, fine. Now I'm getting this message, see waiting room. Is it to click?
You may please ignore them because you are co-host now, so the message will come on your screen.
Okay.
We are taking care of those.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. So the theme which has been chosen for this particular session is very interesting. In fact, in the morning spell, our honorable guest rightly talked about 21st century skills and also highlighted the significance of vocational education. It was also highlighted how this national education policy is giving prominence to vocational education. Just to give you the context, the whole document of national education policy is around 66 pages. And it is more than 70 times the word vocational education has appeared into the entire document. I think that itself speaks about how serious and how important Government of India is talking about vocational education for the country and particularly for the youth as we see our future. And in that context, I think today's discussion is going to be very interesting. I'll be having a short discussion, little background. And what is this 21st century? We are all talking about it. Of course, there are some indications already. Our inaugural guest has already shared with us. And as this session is more focused on linking 21st century skills with vocational education. So what are those implications for all of us that we really need to understand? And there are a number of ways this 21st century skills can be integrated into vocational education. So I would like to share some ideas, some approaches and strategies which probably can give us direction for the further deliberation in this particular session. And finally, I would like to share what few initiatives this institution has taken for particularly building these 21st century skills through the vocational educations and all that. I think we are already 2 decades into this 21st century. And still we are talking about 21st century. So I think the message is very loud, clear that 21st century is much different than the 20th century. So there are a couple of indicators which strongly give us the differentiation between the past century and the new century and all that. One of the important fulcrum of this new century is there is a shifting demography. In some part of the world, there are aging population, and some part there is a a growing youth population like India is there. At the same time, Africa is another region which is more younger than our country. So if you see South Asian countries, there are many countries which have a very large population with youth population. And there are few countries like Europe, including Australia, including Japan, including South Korea, where you find that large people are getting into aging society. And because of this differentiation, there is a new attitude, new expectations. The way we work is also impacting because of this shifting demographic and all that. Another important is the globalization. It is not that we have started globalization today. It is already started in 1990, but now it has expanded further. We are in fact into the second generation of globalization. And now with growing globalization, there are no boundaries now for whether there is a product or a people or process and all that. And there we are looking in a new way of this rising economic globalization. I think another attribute of this 21st century is the technological use and integration. Now it is much clear to every one of us, we are shifting to cloud. We don't want big infrastructure to be set up into the institutions. And many organizations are shifting to the cloud technology, collaborative technologies. We are already knowing what is big data, what is Internet of Things. Now these are not buzzwords. It has become more reality today as we are witnessing across the world. Mobile, in fact, the 21st century, if we have to coin one important technology which is really advancing very fast is the mobile technology. And because of this, it is also helping people for the mobility. So because of this mobility and because of this technology available with us, any individual can work from any time, any place, anywhere, using any device. So this is the way in which 21st century is being shaping our life. Now, another equally important is the growing thrust on the creativity. Earlier century was focused on linear abilities. And that is why you see many countries have advanced, particularly like South Korea. And you see the electronic sector, the ICT sector has tremendously progressed because of this linear logical thinking. But 21st century is going to be much different, and it is going to put big thrust on creativity. So we need to cultivate the right brain abilities among our students, because those are the people going to be much successful, as many researchers are coining about this right brain abilities and all that. And last, which is equally important for all of us, is that now environmentalism is becoming the another important area for 21st century. We are now giving a lot of value to our environment. We are talking about sustainable development. So these are some characteristics which I feel is very vital and which are very relevant to us when we connect it with the vocational education and how it is going to impact us all of and all that one. When we talk about 21st century, the skill set is also changing very fast. There was one of the research study and which highlighted that the routine manual is, the kind of skills are, the demand for such skills are getting low because of advancement in technology. Many jobs are getting automated. And that's why a new set of skills will be required, which is prominently non-routine, interpersonal, non-routine analytical skills are going to take the center stage when we talk about the 21st century skills. So higher order thinking will be very important when we talk about 21st century skills. And I think the vocational education has to take the note of all these changes happening around us in the 21st century. In nutshell, if I compare 20th century with 21st century, there are many ways we can compare. In a simple way, earlier it was time-based, now we focus more on outcome-based. Earlier it was textbook, now it is research-driven. It was passive learning, now it has become more active learning. Earlier we were focusing teacher as the center stage, now student becomes the center stage. Earlier it was fragmented curriculum, now we have integrated and interdisciplinary curriculum. I think this was also shared by our honorable speaker earlier. Limited classroom learning, now learner can work beyond and collaborate outside the learning. And there is a little freedom earlier, now there is a great deal of freedom which the 21st century learning is giving to the students and all that. So coming back to the vocational education, there is one side, a teacher is there and another is a learner. How we are going to make a match? I think there are 4 fulcrum that we really need to do. The implications for 21st century on the vocational education. So I will limit now the next few points. What should be the content we should include into the vocational education? What are the approaches we need to inculcate into vocational education system? What methods and what devices one has to use to relate these 21st century skills into the vocational education system of this new century. Let's start with the content, what we should include into this. I think we have already got idea that it is not only the technical skills which is going to be important, but as rightly said by our Honorable Vice Chancellor and Director Sir, Dr. Senapati, that personal attribute skills are also going to be very important. And sometimes we call it as employability skills, we call it generic skills, many words are there. We have realized that to remain competitive, we need employability skills because the world of work is changing very fast, to interact, to socialize, and the demand of the workplace is also changing. And this calls for not only technical skills, which demands employability skills. There are many definitions, I think you are all familiar, but for the benefit of the audience, we should also know that this can be also termed as generic skills, horizontal skills, basic skills, soft skill, key skill, transferable skills. But in Indian context, we commonly use generic soft skills or employability skills, which is a very common. There are a number of ways these skills are getting classified. Basic fundamental skills like numeracy, literacy, ITC skills, people-related skill like communication, team working, customer service related, and finally the conceptual and thinking skill like problem solving, organizing, learning to learn, innovative skill, creative skill, systematic thinking and all that. So this is where it can be classified in a number of ways and all that. So you will see there is a range of spectrum of skills which the students will be requiring in this 21st century. Life skills, employability skills, cross-industry, generic skills, technical skill, occupation skills and all that. And these are the range of skill that vocational education has to look into it. And this become much more complex and more challenging as we shift to the new generation of industries, Industry 4.0. And then the complexity of having skills is much more diverse. And that is why the vocational education has to look into the emerging requirement of the world of work. The recently released World Economic Forum highlighted the top 10 skills for the next 5 years. Madam Speaker also highlighted in the morning that analytical thinking, active learning, complex problem solving, critical thinking, leadership, use of technology, resilience, and many such things are going to be very, very important as we march ahead into the era of new century and all that. Now, having said all these skills, I think many of us are aware with this skill set and all that. Issue is that how we are going to integrate into vocational education. What are the models that we can adopt for integrating this different skill set and all that? Basically, to me, before we look at the model, there are a couple of things that has to be always kept into the mind. First is the personality differences. Because we are working in vocational education into different sectors, different areas. And one of the challenge which we encompass is the personality differences, particularly within the school education, if I talk about it. There are rural students, urban students, and the personality differences has to be looked into it when we try to inculcate 21st century skills. Another challenge is the differences into the attitude. And the third very important difference is the differences into the age group also, particularly if you are talking about the school education and to the higher education or the further education. And these predominantly impact the way we look at the employability skills. And that's why it is very, very important and we need different models to look at the integration of employability skills. So one is, we call it as curriculum infusion model. So many elements of these skills can be infused into the curriculum. And the second model, we often call it as co-curricular approach, where along with the program, the student undergoes certain set of activities, and that's how the students are exposed to the employability skills or the generic skill set development. One of the first model I would like to propose is the diffusion model. In diffusion model, what happens is that we have all the element of employability skills or generic skills, and all that form a set of curriculum. So there is a standalone model, a standalone curriculum is there, and which integrate all these essential component of generic skills. So this is one model which has been coined and advocated in many parts of the world. And second important model is the, we call it as infusion model. In infusion model, the generic skills or employability skills are infused into the different sectors, like life skills, social communication, art, humanities, all the courses which we are all talking about it, this model get infused into this. In some part of the world, we have seen both the model working together, infusion model as well as diffusion model, to make it as a hybrid model, to make it more concrete way of looking at strengthening the generic skills and all that. Now, while developing the generic skill, we have to always remember we have to go in a cyclic way, like awareness through SWOT analysis, by practice, giving like role play activities, taking the feedback by the trainer, having the reflection through self-assessment and further practice. So that's how the whole model has to continuously be evolved. And that is the only way we can inculcate the generic skill set among the students through the cyclic way and all that. There are many approaches we can adopt, but some of the successful model and approaches which has been found is giving structured assignment, focusing on activity-based training, and leading to the integrated project work are some of the ways in which we can inculcate the generic skills among the students and all that. There are a number of methods the teachers can employ, using structured assignment, conducting local study visit, interaction with the local expert, video show, TV show, role play, case studies, games, simulations, innovative project, group work, problem solving exercises. So you will see there are a range of activities, range of methods one can employ for inculcating, looking to the diverse population, diverse requirement of the student, and this can help us really to inculcate generic skills and all that. The last one is the devices. As we are into the 21st century, the technology has to play a very important role when we talk about employability skill. Like new forms of digital media which are available for all of us can very well be inculcated or can be very well integrated along with the vocational education programs and delivery, like designing wikis, formulating, lectures on podcast, blogging is also one way, e-learning platform already taking place, taking these new forms through m-learning in a short snippet form. If this content can be delivered of vocational education, I think we can reach to a larger audience and all that. And like using web-based platform, like this COVID-19 has given us a new range of web platform to reach out to the diverse student. So those can also be equally useful way of reaching out this skill set to the students and all that. I think the most important in this dialogue is the role of the teacher. The role of the educator is going to play a very important role. And I would call it as a, in a coin word, I would say it is a map, basically to show them what is mastery, like communication skill. You must demonstrate what is a mastery level when it comes to the vocational education. We have to give a lot of autonomy to the student for practicing all those sub-skill set for the communication skill. And the most important thing is we have to tell them the purpose, why we are all doing all these things. Until and unless we provide this map to the students, and then only they will be able to appreciate and inculcate those skill set and all that. We have to provide value to them. We have to give them information, relevant information. We have to give them insight, and also to give them the assistance, so that because we have diverse students, the requirement is different. The urban students are a little different than the urban students. I mean, the rural student. And that's why mentoring will be very important. Guidance and counseling will be very important. And these are some of the things I think which will play a very, very important role. In the last segment, I would like to highlight what we have done to this. As you have known that NCERT has already introduced vocational education from class 9 to 12. Now we are aiming from class 6 to 8 by introducing the pre-vocational education. So for class 9 to 10, we have already introduced vocational education. And in this particular component, we have added two major components under vocational education. One is the employability skills component, and another is the job-specific skill development component. Under employability skill, for class 9 to 10, 200 hours are there. And for class 11 and 12, there are 300 hours are there. So out of this allocation of time, 37% time we have allocated for employability skill, and remaining 63% of the time is allocated for the vocational skill. You'll be very happy to know that we have taken the requirement of the Indian context, and we have seen many successful models across the world. And what is more relevant in the Indian context, that has been taken into account. And that's why we focused on communication skill, digital literacy, or we call it as ICT skill, self-management skill, entrepreneurial skill, and we have also included green skills. It is the first time all the students will be exposed to green skills through vocational education. And the second component is the sector or the job-specific skills in which the students are studying and taking. Today, there are 17 job sectors of Indian economy for which vocational education is being offered. There are 152 job roles which we are offering through these different sectors. You'll be very pleased to know that there are today 27 states and union territories are offering vocational education. More than 10,000 schools are offering vocational education courses, and almost 12 lakh students are taking the benefit of vocational education program. These are early numbers. As we envisage to reach out to 50% target, I think these numbers are going to double very soon in the next few years of time. In order to do this, we have come up with learning outcome-based curriculum. As you can see in the picture, we have come up with the book on employability skill. We have come up with the book on the vocational skills. All this material is being published by NCERT, and you can have access to all our content through our website, either on our website or also on our NCERT website. We have come up with an app which is called as e-Pathshala, and this e-Pathshala app can also help you to reach out to our content very easily and all that. Finally, to conclude, I believe 21st century is going to be much different than the 20th century. One of the important will be that technology is going to play a big role when we talk about 21st century skills. Teacher has a big role to play if you want to inculcate 21st century skills. And that's why we need to evolve different methods. We have to use information and communication technology in a big way for building the foundation for the 21st century. So with these thoughts, thank you for patient listening to me. I'll be very happy to answer the questions. And I also look forward to the deliberations by the panel speakers who will be expanding on these ideas that how 21st century skills and how we can integrate into the vocational education. Thank you once again for listening to me. Over to Dr. Aka. Dr. Aka. Hello.
Yeah, sorry, there was some technical glitch. Thank you so much, Professor Kambayat, for putting the theme of the sessions in such a very clear and beautiful manner. And I think we're now ready for the presentations. Once again, thank you, Professor Kambayat, for that initial remark. And you've really, as I said, you have really put it up very clearly for all of us. Now, as I said, we will move to the paper presenters, which we have all been awaiting for this. As I've already said, we will have four paper presentations, four very interesting papers in these sessions. Let me quickly introduce the paper presenters. The first paper presenter is going to be Dr. Priti Devi. Dr. Devi is currently working as an assistant professor of commerce at the Chaudhry Bansilal University, Bhiwani, Haryana. The topic, her title of the paper is going to be Curriculum Relevance for Employability, a Higher Education Perspective. Dr. Priti to come on board and then give her presentations. As I shared, we will have 10 minutes for the paper presentation for each of them. Over to you, Dr. Priti.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Preeti Devi from Chaudhry Bansilal University, Bhiwani, Haryana. Firstly, I would like to thank you, the university authorities and the organizers, for giving me this opportunity to present my views on the topic curriculum relevance for employability, a higher education perspective via this online platform. Before getting into the topic, I would like to discuss about a very popular equation these days, that is India is rich in population. That simply means that we are witnessing demographic dividend at present, but we are poor in human resource. This equation has come into existence after witnessing the problems or the concerns put forward by the graduate and postgraduate students after they got selected in jobs at one or another place after completing their respective degrees. Like, their concerns are fundas are not clear to them, they couldn't get along with their boss or colleagues, they couldn't communicate in a proper and in effective manner, they failed to complete the task assigned or the projects assigned to them at their workplace, and sometimes the students, after getting into the job, they are blank, means they don't know what to do, why they are there, why they are in a particular type of job. So employability, or in simple words, we can say that they lack in employability. Now, what is employability? Employability is used to describe the positive work behavior and personal qualities which make individuals more likely to gain employment and succeed in their chosen career. In simple words, it is a combination of general skills and knowledge that are necessary for success in the labor market at all employment levels and in all sectors. Employability is not same as gaining a graduate job. Rather, it is about the capacity to function successfully in a role and be able to move between occupations, thus remaining employable throughout their life. If our students are facing such issues after completing their degrees, which is the basic requirement for that particular job, it simply raises a big question mark on the relevance of the curriculum. In a country like India, where maximum part of population is covered under youngsters category, the issue of employability shall be discussed on priority basis. Every year, more and more people are graduating or getting other professional degrees, but still they are not able to cater the emerging needs or demands of the employer. They lack on various grounds like lack of working environment experience, possession of only bookish knowledge, no correlation between what is taught in the classroom and what will be required at the actual workplace. The present situation emerges only because of the reason that there is a vast gap between what they are getting in the classroom as per the curriculum designed for them and what the employer is expecting to see in their prospective employees. This gap majorly counts for the existence of a situation in which people with desired degrees are available in abundance but are not able to get selected despite of possessing the desired degrees. Actually, the reason is that the curriculum they had studied or are studying is majorly focused towards letting them aware about more and more theoretical and conceptual aspects, and a very little attention is paid towards providing them with the knowledge which can actually be applied at the workplace, or the qualities that are actually the recruiters are willing to see in their prospective employees. The present curriculum followed is not capable to inculcate the required skills among graduates. Hence, even after getting graduate, they are not getting graduate, they are not getting jobs. And if they would succeed in getting job, they would not be able to continue for a long time, as they lack in employability skills, the basic skills required to perform a particular job or a particular task at present time. Our Indian education system is much more focused on employment aspect, not on employability. It is evident from the fact that a number of changes are witnessed in the demands of recruiters due to various structural changes introduced from time to time, like implementation of new economic policy, international competitiveness, emergence of customer oriented or consumer oriented markets, where more focus is on quality aspect rather than on quantity aspect. But if we consider the curriculum followed at the same time, it can be seen that there are no such structural changes introduced with respect to the curriculum. The educational institutes are following the same curriculum as they were following 20 or 30 or 40 years ago. No major structural changes are done by the universities or other bodies responsible for curriculum designing in line with to respond to the altered demands of the labor market. Every year, a number of vocational or like courses are introduced to manage that so-called skill gap, but it still exists. Educational institutes are ignoring the employability aspect by taking it as a sole responsibility of career service and the employability consultancy firm. Further, if some institutes are trying to take care of the employability aspects in their curriculum, they have to face a lot of adamantcy from academician side, as well as students are not that much interested in cope up with the altered curriculum. Thus, it is the alarming situation which demands for structural changes to be introduced in present curriculum, so as to transform these students into valuable assets by inculcating employability skills amongst graduates. Only then the issue of jobless growth, existence of skill gaps, and the other related issues have a direct impact on socio-economic development of the economy can be tackled, as then the students will get the same skills or the knowledge base as are demanded by the recruiters. Addressing the employability agenda also helps the government to address other correlated agendas like widening participation and internationalization, etc. So here are some recommendations. That curriculum development process must involve local requirements, local recruiters, along with keeping in mind the global needs at a serious note. Recruiters or the industry personnel must be involved in the process of curriculum designing actively, not just to sign the already designed content. They should provide some, some important or the actual requirement. That content should be inculcated in the curriculum, and their role should be redefined. Secondly, the curriculum development should be designed for UG and PG level by keeping in view the different perspectives of the program. The perspective is actually nowadays that perspective is totally confused. That's why we are not very much concerned. We are trying to introduce these skill-based courses at master's level. That will not be relevant. You should prepare for it from the very early stage, like as already said by Dr. Rakesh, that we should start it from 9th or 10th or 11th or 12th level. That will be more fruitful than introducing the skill based courses directly at the master's level or other levels. And further, in order to deal with the issues related to adamancy from academician side, it is highly recommended that they must be trained to teach the practice oriented or the skill based courses. The adamancy from academician side came into existence only because they are not ready to teach. They are not ready to they are not comfortable with the practical oriented papers or the skill based papers, because they have not already read about these papers. So they need some kind of training. After making them trained about teaching of these subjects, the adamancy from the academician side can be deal out in a very effective and efficient manner. And rather than introducing more and more conceptual and theoretical paper, it is suggested acceptable that practice-oriented papers should be introduced, like role-playing, case studies, so that the generic skills or the employability skills we are talking about, that can be inculcated amongst the students, and they will not face that problem at their workplace. And further, innovative teaching, learning, and assessment method helps students engagement in the education process, and have the added benefit of also helping them to develop attributes which make them attractive to potential employees. Student interest is more likely to be maintained if they can see the relevance of their studies to their future careers and life beyond university. Also, by engaging the students in the whole student experience, as already discussed by Dr. Rajesh, that curriculum and co-curriculum, that model should be inculcated, that model should be applied to make the students interest, to make the students cope up with the employability skills, or to cope up with the requirements of the skill set, or the newly introduced skill based courses. So students who make an effort to fully participate in the total student experience, that is academic, co-curricular, extracurricular, including the workplace, benefit from a well-rounded education, contribute fully to the life of university and community, and hopefully have fun in the process. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much everyone for the patience listening. I would like to have feedback from your side, if any.
All right. Thank you so much, Priti, for putting your paper very powerfully. We will come back to the question and answer sessions once all the presenters have given their presentations. Next, we have the second presentations. The second presentation is going to be given by Miss Lovina Joy. Miss Lovina Joy has a master's degree in education, and she is currently one of our faculty in the School of Vocational Studies, Ambedkar University, Delhi. Her title is on aspirations of undergraduate students of vocational education programs, an exploratory study at Ambedkar University, Delhi. So it's a very contemporary, very much part of the vocational program that she's going to share on. So over to you, Lovina, please. Yeah, Lovina, if you can begin your presentations. I hope you'll be able to unmute yourself. Lovina, Miss Lovina Joy has to be unmuted because she's still, I can still see that she's still muted. I would request Mukesh and then Dr. Let me see if I can unmute her. Ramesh sir, Dr. Ramesh and Mukesh, if you can unmute Lovina Joy.
Lavina Joy. Lavina.
Yes, Lovina Joy. It is a presentation.
I have already unmuted her, sir.
Okay, so I think she's. So she's saying that she's unable to unmute herself. So if you can.
Just a minute, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yes, hello.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Very
thank
much.
you. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you. So this is, I hope all of you can see the screen. I am sharing a PowerPoint presentation as I speak.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So good afternoon, everybody. This is Lavina. And before I begin, I would like to thank and congratulate the university and especially the School of Vocational Studies. Hello. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I would like to congratulate the university as well as the school in their efforts to bring us all together to understand the implications of the skill development programs in the context of the emerging 21st century skills. As most of the honorable speakers already have shared this, and I think most of us would agree, an understanding of these skills and understanding of how to mitigate them in today's time are definitely the need of the hour. And this push is further complemented by the flurry of initiatives that surround the motive of skill development. In this very context, the Bachelor's of Vocational Education, that is the BVOC, which was launched in 2014, plays a very significant role in enabling the alignment of higher education with the emerging needs of the economy, to fill in the gaps, to reap the demographic dividend, and so on and so forth. So, with such a macro provision mandated by the UGC in mind, the study attempts to explore what the students enrolled in these BVOC courses at AUD perceive from their course, what they aspire from it. Further, the study attempts to trace the matches and gaps between what the student aspirations are and what the provisions of the university is. So, despite having a sizable number of studies regarding the emergence of vocational education or the clout that it has gathered over the last 2 decades, there are barely any evidences as to the lived experiences of students, of the recipients of such an education, and what they want from the university and what the university demands from them. So, in this context, the lived percepts that the study brings out has majorly it enables two things. First, they tap into a new and fresh perspective into higher education from the side of the students, from a perspective of the students as to what they want to gain and what they would like to do once they finish the vocational education course. And number two, tracing the matches and gaps help us understand what the goals, how aligned or misaligned the goals are. So may it be somebody who's receiving an education or may it be somebody who's delivering an education. Both have always have some goals in mind. It's always done with an aim. So if these aims and goals are misaligned, there is likely to be disappointment on both sides. So in that sense, mapping the matches and the gaps would help us not only increase pedagogy and implications for pedagogy and awareness, but also improve opportunity and participation in this context. So coming to the crux of this presentation, as we all can see on the screen, the outcomes, the data was analyzed, the data was taken through semi-structured interviews with the students as well as the faculty from the department. And the data was analyzed by carefully reviewing the transcripts, and the most recurring and the most common themes were taken into consideration. So what we see on the screen on the left-hand side of the table, we look at the matches. So we see, student aspirations such as starting your own venture is in line with the university's vision to imbibe an entrepreneurial spirit within them. Students want to have a managerial job. It goes hand in hand with the university's provision of wanting to getting students employed. Aspirations such as addressing the industry demand and the dynamism, along with wanting to tend to the market in a more humanistic way, accord to the university's vision and mission of not just bridging the gap between academia and industry, but also shaping professionals of a different brand. And lastly, students themselves wanting to increase the awareness of their course of study or increase the awareness of vocational education in general falls in line with the university's provision and the vision of altering and reorienting people's orientation towards vocational education, which has which more or less suffers unutilized capacity, as also mentioned by a lot of the dignitaries who spoke before me. The right-hand side table looks at the gaps. So both the gaps, though they are consistent with the students, that is first, some students would like to widen the scope of the program and reduce the workload. But we see that both these aspirations, they don't really fall within the purview of the university in the sense that these regulations are mandated by the upper rungs of the educational ecosystem. So these make for the matches and the gaps. Um, so as we move forward, other than the fact that 5 out of 7 recurring aspirations match, and 2 other aspirations do not align with the university's goals, there are 2 major takeaways that one can imbibe from this study. First, that wanting aspirations such as wanting to keep up with the dynamism of the industry, or increasing the awareness of the BWOC program, and wanting to tend to the market in a more humanistic fashion, it gives us a sense of how students are not just passive recipients of what is delivered in the classroom or what is demanded by the market for that matter, but are the students themselves are active agents in shaping their own educational pursuits with a voice and a sense of purpose. Secondly, the aspirations of faculty that the study brings out shed light into how the macro structures and provisions that support the thrust of vocational education, how they play out in a university microspace. This can also tap into the area of you know, how the people who vote the policies into law are not the ones who are to implement them in a social context of the university. So the challenges the practitioners, the educational practitioners face in deliberating and mitigating these policies, as well as the dictats that come up from there, are can be studied further. So as I conclude, I would like to make note of some connecting themes that mapping such aspirations can bring out. Some further recommendations that such an in-depth study of student aspirations can tap into. The very first being the active role of students in shaping, negotiating, and managing their own educational pursuits. How the students, in the course of 3 years, in the case of BWOC, how their aspirations change. Secondly, the convergences and divergences between personal and professional aspirations. That what time is it when a student's personal aspiration combines or diverges with their professional aspirations, and what are the choices they make throughout this educational journey. And lastly, but most importantly, in the context of the policy, also the new policy also being released, the location of a vocational school in a multidisciplinary and liberal space, like bring out the narratives of semblances and tensions. In this way, I feel that Ambedkar University Delhi can act as a pioneer institution in order to lead way as to set path as to how a vocational school functions in a liberal space. What are the narratives of semblances? What are the narratives of tension? So thank you all of you for your patience, and I'm open for questions now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lovena, for putting that very clearly. I'm sure that the research that we have done on this topic would be a great help to the School of Vocational Studies, and I'm sure to many other institutions as well. Thank you once again for giving that presentations. We have now the third speaker. The third presentation is going to be by Mr. Mohammad Tokir. He is currently pursuing his DPhil on the topic of cross-border migration and analysis of migration from India to the Gulf countries by processes and consequences in the GB Pant Social Sciences Institute, Allahabad. His title for today's paper is on an analysis of impact on income, remittances, and expenditure of migrant laborers in the Gulf countries. I welcome Mr. Mohammed Toki to his presentation. And at the same time, as when our presenters are giving their presentations, I would request all the participants to put their questions on the chat box so that we can tap some of those questions. Over to you, Mr. Toki.
कैसे लेता साला फोन पे वगैरह नहीं है लेता यार पैसे नहीं लेके कैसे है सामान ले लेगा चल पता है तो वो तो ऑनलाइन उससे कर दियो बे वो तो क्लियर लेता है we know that India वैसे कैसे one force of migrant labor are working in the Gulf country as for nuclear jobs. कौन सा दे? सारे एपिसोड डाउनलोड करूंगा। कार्ड नहीं है तेरे पास, निकाल लियो ना उससे।
I use four indicators: skills and occupation, income, remittances, and expenditure. You know what is the skill? It is given for all the tasks.
Mr. Tokir, can you kindly speak near your mic? Your voice is slightly low. We're unable to hear it clearly.
Skills and occupation, income, remittances, and expenditure. Occupation is definition of occupation is given job.
Mr. Tokir, you'll have to come near the microphone. Your voice is very low.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yes.
Clear?
Yeah, you're clear, but then your volume is very low. So perhaps if you can come near the speaker, that will help.
I think you come there. Hello.
Yes, yes.
Hello. I am audible now.
Yes, yes, you're much better now.
Yeah, thank you. I am giving to Mohammed Tawfiq. Hello. Hello. Yeah, sir.
Hello, yes, yes.
Yeah, expenditure. First, I use multi-stage sampling for determine the study zone. I conduct study in Lucknow because Lucknow is the ranked first in labor migration from Uttar Pradesh to Gulf countries. So, first, occupation of migrant labor. I use occupation and remittances, expenditures, and income, where occupation independent variables, in categorical independent variables, while income, remittances, and expenditure was the independent variables. First, income and occupation of migrant labor. I use analysis of variance because I used to indicate variables, dependent and independent variables, and found that there was a variation in the income of the migrant labor according to the occupation. And this post hoc analysis show that there is a variation in the income of migrant labor according to their occupation. Likewise, remittances and occupation is so that there was a statistical significance that the variation in the remittances and occupation of migrant labor, and likewise post hoc analysis show that there was a variation of remittances and occupation of migrant labor because skilled migrant labor gain more remittances related to unskilled and semi-skilled migrant labor. Likewise, expenditures and occupation. It is so that there was also variation of expenditure of migrant labor according to their occupation and expenditure because on the semi-skilled migrant labor, skilled migrant labor like manager and engineers gain more expenditure expended on consumption of food and non-food items to semi-skilled and unskilled migrant labor in Gulf countries. And post hoc analysis show that there is a variation of the expenditure of migrant labor according to their uh, skills of occupation. So that it is a table so that variation of skill between skilled and semi-skilled migrant labor so that skilled migrant labor and more income, remittances, and expenditure of food and non-food items related to semi-skilled migrant labor in Gulf countries. So, conclusion and policy recommendation. It is concluded that there was association between skills of occupation and income, remittances, and expenditure of migrant labor in Gulf countries, and highly skilled migrant labor with both technical and professional degrees like BTech and MBA and more income related to semi-skilled laborers. Those gained skill of occupation through informal mode during work in steel of India. Skills of occupation were positively associated with the income, remittances, and expenditure of migrant labor in some countries. Finally, I recommend that government should start a skills mapping of like social remittances and economic remittances because both social remittances and economic remittances determine the skill of migrant labor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mohammad Tokir Khan. The volume was quite low from your side, perhaps, but then I think some of us, all of us, were able to pay more attention to it because you speak. The volume was quite low. Now we have the last presenter of the sessions, the fourth presenter. The fourth presenter is going to be Miss Lavanya Amir. She is a work leader at the National Museum Delhi and a social designer come software and also an independent researcher. Today's title for Miss Lavanya Amir is on Designing Mastery Through Distraction-Free Education. So I give the time to Miss Lavanya Amir. Miss Amir, please come on board.
Thank you, Akash sir. I would first like to thank the School of Vocational Studies for organizing this conference on such an interesting topic, the occasional education and the impact of the 21st century skills in it. So thank you all. And let me start with my topic. So it is designing mastery through distraction-free education. Can I have my first slide? The next slide. Yeah, okay. So we had been into a session from the morning with respect to occasional education. And so I needn't explain it further. So let me start up with breaking the binary of education. So we all know what education is for. So to be frank, always with education is associated to some kind of progress which is taking place. So it is a kind of a society norms that parents put their children into a school and get them educated so that they get good employment in the future. So clearly education is an investment for job, and it in practical and in reality it is a form through which we monetize. And we all know the ideal definition of education as assigning value and enlightening ourselves. So when we compare these two binaries, we need to stop breaking this binary and think through the process of is what does learning actually take place in this education. So this is a major question we are supposed to uh, this is the major question we are crisis we are facing at the current education system. So what kind of education or learning is taking place in an institution? Since centuries, we are associating education to an institution. So there is an institution which has a curriculum framework, and then it has a particular evaluation criteria under which we are evaluated to get certified that we are educated. And this process is continuing on a longer phase. And throughout the process, what we have to actually see back is, are we really learning? So in the entire 14 years of school education, we are trying to understand things. So that is the phase of understanding. So in Feynman's technique, what we say is understanding is knowing how to do it. So in the particular process of education as well as in the higher education, we are continuously in exposure to materials. Rather, we are not exploring things by doing it. Hence, there is a gap in the education system. Next, we move on to practicing. So whenever you are trying to understand a thing, you'll start doing it, and that is when your thought process strikes. And whenever your thought process strikes, that is where flow of ideas come and you start progression. And this gap must be filled. So you need to actually practice it a number of times in order to master it, which is the next step. And that is how you become an expert. But if we act in general, when we see the general face of a student or a career oriented person, the entire first 15 years is spent in school in understanding process, and again the next 5 to 6 years is again spent in deeply understanding process, and later in the next 5 years is where practicing takes place, and it takes another decade to get mastery of the skill. But this is going in a linear process, but we need to understand that this process is circular and it is interrelated. So I suggest that we need to actually take into practice based education, and that is how we can gain mastery. The next slide, please. Now we all know, so far we have had the instruction led education, And post COVID, the pandemic stage, and even recently from globalization, there is information led education. But both these educations are in turn leading to a kind of providing jobs, and also to procure a kind of a skill set. But what we need to understand is, does that skill set really match to our potential? So this is a big question in the current scenario of education. So what we require is a transformational skill. For example, I like to bring into the example of occasional education here. For example, you take a carpenter, then any person it could be. There are three things which are very essential in order to learn. One is the material, the other is the tool, and there must be a process which must be applied to this material and the tool in order to accomplish a task. So this is, for example, in carpentry, you may have a material of wood or marble or whatever it may be, and you could have the tool of just a chisel and a hammer or a laser cutter, but you can apply the process of cutting, sawing, polishing, or doing anything and make a beautiful product where the product is speaking of your skill. And the same then is applied to education. As a student, we have textbooks and other reading materials as our materials, and we have many platforms like taking notes or making a PPT, and we apply all these processes just to understand things, but rather we are not actually doing it in action. So this is a phase where we must move from user to a maker. And in order to enable this, we need cognitive flexibility, which includes divergent thinking, openness in all ways. And then there is understanding interdisciplinary, which I would explain in my next slide. So the topic initially I took was a distraction-free education, because earlier we thought only the digital was a main distraction to students. But post-COVID times, we are accustomed to all sort of physical, digital, and other social distraction, that it is time for us to tune into the right distraction and then excel in that. So the major upcoming challenges here are: how can the education system be challenged to implement 4Cs in an efficient way? And how can we prepare students to face emerging needs and enable them to collaborate for better living? The next slide, please. So here, by the crux of this questions, where we think over, and what we get is, we need to change or redesign the educational framework. So in order to design mastery, you need to redesign the educational framework. So we all know in the learning space, earlier we had the 3 R's of read, write, and arithmetic, and from there it moved on to the 4 C's now, which is the creativity, collaboration, communication, and critical thinking. But then we need to reflect, we need to look back and see that the missing element in the 3 R's is reflection. This is very crucial. Whenever some work is done, there is a point to look back the work and learn from a mistake and accept our potentials. That only could help us in building the process. And the one thing that is missing in the 4 C's is connection. So we need to be connected to the work which we are doing. There must be complete engagement and immersion into the work in action in order to perform things better. And we have to add an element of play here. So the play here is the number of trials or the experiments which you are allowing with random kind of the material, tools, combination and permutation of material, tools, and processes, which you allow yourself to experiment and then help you to actually grow further. And this reflection and connection is not only to students, but also must be on the teacher's part. They also must take time to reflect and connect through their play. That is their way of teaching. They must include all the trial process. Only through this reflection and connection in an act of play, we can just face the 21st century skills. We can acquire the 21st century skills. The next slide, please. Hence, my recommendation is, in the 21st century, no matter it is completely digitized or not, we need compulsory life skill education. So this is experiential education, which is essential in order to face real time challenges in the world by students. And also, secondly, we need to develop a civic sense responsibility, because we all are aware of the pandemic times, the climate change and everything. So from the point of awareness, we need to start taking responsibility, and that must be inhibited in this education, and adapting to the technological ecosystem, because this is an ecosystem which we cannot run away from. So we must start setting healthy boundaries in this. And last but not the least, we must get into a slow phased engaged learning. As already mentioned, that should be some mindfulness in the process of teaching as well as in the process of learning, and this can only nurture the forces irrespective of any other technology, in order to enable students to face the further challenges in the upcoming years. Thank you all for listening to me, and I also thank Ambedkar University, because that is where my research design skills started blossoming. Thank you all for listening to my presentation.
Thank you so much, Lavanya. Thank you all the paper presenters for presenting it and then keeping it to your time limit. Now we will, before we go into the next of the question and answer sessions, I would like to request all the participants and to put on your attendance and your feedback, which is already there in the chat box. The link has been provided for your attendance of the sessions, and also your feedback, which is going to be of a great immense help to us for the organizers. So I would request everyone to put your attendance as well as your feedback on the chat boxes. The link to it is been provided in the chat box. We will begin with the questions. I have 3-4 very interesting questions here with me. So the first question is being asked by Ms. Meenakshi to Professor Kambayat. Professor Kambayat, I hope you are there. Professor Kambayat, I hope he is there, and I hope he is.
Yeah, I'm there.
All right, Professor Kambayat, the first question says that how important it is to integrate synchronous classroom simulations and activities to industry internship experiences. What could be the effective ways to achieve as per you? So if you are clear, otherwise I'll repeat the questions.
Please repeat.
Yeah. So it says that how important it is to integrate synchronous classroom simulations and activities to industry internship experience. What could be the effective ways to achieve? So this is the question.
I think, first of all, this is a very important and very interesting question, I would say, particularly when we are talking about post-COVID-19 situation. If I relate this question in present context, I think this is a very valid question. And this is one of the challenge all the schools, all the higher education institutions are facing. See, one of the important things we have to understand that when these schools are closed, colleges are closed, we have to find some way how we can maintain the learning continuity. And that is one of the reasons why we have at our advantage is the technology. And it is the power of the technology can help us to reach out or to fulfill the gap what we are trying to do so. You know, there are a number of ways it can be done. I will give 1 or 2 examples. Because, you know, the point is we cannot send students to the industry right now. Because of the COVID situation, they will not be able to go inside. They cannot get the hands-on training or practical experience, which is the ideal situation for the student to get through different internship and all that. But having said that, if this is not happening for some time, can we stop the students from doing nothing on this one? And here comes the technology. There are many technological tools which are immense power and can be of great help to the students, including to the teachers. It will all depend upon the availability of the infrastructure into the school. At the same time, training teachers is also equally important. You may have resources, but if you do not have trained teachers to use this technology, probably it will not be of much help to them. I will take two important quick sector which comes to my mind. The first one is retail sector. You know, retail sector has tremendous potential and tremendous potential in terms of employment also. When we were all locked down, it was only this digital platform of retail sector which was helping across India, across world, I would say, where thousands of and lakhs of people were taking the advantage of online delivery, online access to the requirement for day-to-day their life. And this was all possible because of digital platform. Now, I have seen there are many schools who have integrated this technology within their classroom training and teaching. So where all this simulated environment, where the student can feel as a customer, how a customer can access to this content, how he can order the content, and how that entire thing gets processed by the the other end of the company. So this entire transaction, how it is taking place, this experience can be very well can be simulated and given to the student. And this has already been done by many parts of the world. And this is exactly orienting to the student, because post-COVID, this situation is going to continue for some time. So this digital networking, digital marketing is going to play a big role for reaching out to the diverse customer. That includes urban population as well as rural population. And this is one way we can give the hands-on and practical training and real-life experience to the student. Second, which I myself have witnessed this experience, is related to the health sector. In health sector, I have seen there are some simulation packages are available, which are totally automated, totally controlled by ICT technology, which based on the real life data. So there are simulators, and these simulators are like, Mary Queen, Mary Queens are there, which are like the shape of the human, bodies, and which has different elements and problems which the humans are having. And it is all having all the ingredient provided with the real life data collected across the country. Now, suppose you are injecting a patient with certain medication. So how that particular medication is going to react to the different kind of patient. Suppose he is having diabetic, he is having a high blood pressure, he has an allergy to particular medicine and all that, how his body is going to react. So all these parameters are available, and the student can see once they administer a particular medicine and all that. So when they see real life data is connected with this simulated, Mary Queens, I think that gives a deep insight to the student that how they are going to operate or they are going to work when the real life situation comes. And what I'm trying to tell you is it is not only the observation. The student has to undergo all this practical training, and they are entirely monitored through technology. And their physical assessment, like the skill assessment, is based on using this technology interface. And this is already happening in some part of the, our country. And these two examples which comes to my mind. And, there are many ways these simulations can be designed. We are in an early stage of it, particularly when it comes to the vocational education. There's a good investment which is required for coming up with the, as per our requirement, the simulations and packages. And if that is done, it will help in a big way to our students and as well as to the teacher community to giving the hands-on training and hands-on experience to the student. So our mind has to be that technology is there. We have to understand the power of technology. We have to see how we can harness the use of technology. And definitely we can address some of the challenges which Madam Meenakshi has raised. I fully agree with what she said. I think this is what quick reaction I would like to submit now. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Professor Khambat, for that very elaborately answered question. We also have one more question to you, addressed to you, and you've been a very, much more liked resource person. This is from Mr. Hari Kumar. He says that, how can we impart life skills among school children where teachers do have time bound to complete the syllabus. I think this is coming from someone who is already experiencing this. So if you can just share this particular case on this.
I responded Hari separately on the chat, but for the benefit of the other audience, I would like to again little elaborate that one. This challenge, this question is not something new. This problem existed in past also, before COVID situation was there. We have a tight compartment system in school education where the timetable is fixed, the classes are fixed, teachers are fixed, content is fixed, and there is a little flexibility which is given to the student. But you see, once the COVID challenge has come before all of us, the entire dynamics has entirely changed now. Because there are no formal classes, there are no formal content, there are no formal classrooms, no all these things are there. So we have come to in a very different dynamic situation. But again, here we have to maintain the continuity. We all understand that only academic content, academic knowledge is not going to help the student once he or she graduates from the school. It is very, very important that the life skills or the generic skill set are very, very important. Whether he or she is from the vocational education or not, every student must be exposed to this employability skill. That is how the word should be taken. Now here, one of the challenges is the mindset of the teacher. So until and unless we orient the teachers for this particular change, they are not going to make any change. So I think it is very vital that we first of all orient the teachers and bring them the significance of life skills into day-to-day life. Apart from the academic knowledge, this is very, very important. Now here, the teacher has to be very creative. The teacher has to be creative, and how he or she can use this, that is the issue that we have to do. There are another concern that I would tell you. In the national education policy, one of the recommendation was introducing pre-vocational education from class 6 to 8. Again, the same challenge is all of us is facing is that we do not have enough time where we can have separate allocated time for integrating or giving time for pre-vocational education activity. And that's why we come up with a module, with a guideline, insisting upon that there will be a separate content will be for pre-vocational education. Rather than this content will be integrated into day-to-day teaching. So science teacher, English teacher, mathematics teacher, chemistry teacher, physics teacher are going to integrate this vocational component into day-to-day teaching, making through fun-based activity, learning activity which involves the students in a different way, bring their creativity, giving them situation, giving them problem, assign them some tasks. And that is how the students will be exposed to different vocations and occupations. So that model we have to probably think about it when we talk about life skill support and training to the student. Second suggestion I would tell you is that digital content. During this COVID-19 post-lockdown situation, our entire faculty and consultant were entirely busy with preparing the digital content. For all the books which are already published by NCERT, for all those books, we have come up with digital content. We have come up with interactive videos also. And these videos are also available on our YouTube channel, also on our website. So this way we can complement or supplement what we could not do it into the classroom situation because of the time factor. But our approach, our attitude, our thinking should be that we must inbuild student with life skills along with generic skills. If that could be thought about it, then probably we can find out the options and avenues how we can reach out to the students and all that. Vacation period will be there, extended hours can be used about it, So we have to find, if you really want to do to the student. I have seen many teachers creating WhatsApp group of their local student and trying to solve their problem, trying to reach them, giving them additional reading, additional videos to help the students and clarifying their doubts and issues and all that. So I think we have to be a little innovative. We have to be a little creative, think out of the box to find out solutions to the challenge of rather than limiting our thoughts and time-bound, jacket for way we look at the school education.
Thank you, Professor Kambayat, for that answer. I think yes, definitely it is something which we need to have a different approach to integrated teaching, to be more innovative and creative in finding solutions to the issues and problems that we all are faced with. I have one question here, which is not directed to any of the speaker, but then to general to all. I'm sure all of you can have a look at it. It says that it is from Mrs. Samir Jamatia. I also really feel that, yes, this is one area where I think perhaps people are already doing it, and then perhaps as a country we might have to do, give more emphasis. It says that what potential on bamboo-based courses are there in India? So I'm not an expert on that, but then if any one of us, Professor Kambat, if you have some ideas,
Yeah.
share with
You
us.
know,
Bamboo. Yes,
I
go
think
ahead.
what Mr. Samir has raised is a very important issue, particularly bamboo-based courses in India. You'll be very happy to know that our institute has already developed a vocational course on bamboo. Samir can visit our website and he can download the learning outcome-based curriculum that we have recently introduced. Now we are going to develop the instructional material, the textbook, and the learning content for that. So the work is already in progress. You know, there are one of the important recommendation of the National Education Policy is introducing vocational education courses which are local needed, local demand based, which meets to the local skill requirement also. And you know, bamboo is one of the product which is, you know, largely available in Northeast region, and it has a huge potential to be tapped, which can create a lot of employment. It can create a lot of skilled workers, which is really a shortage. And that's why we are not able to advance, particularly using this economically friendly product, economically viable product, which is abundantly available in Northeast region. In fact, there are many pockets in India where bamboo production is quite large, and we need to really tap with providing the right skill set to the student. So we are already on the job. I'm very happy to tell you, Samir and other team, you can visit our website, you can download it, you can connect with us, and you can also join in our effort when we develop the content and the textbook for the student, so that we can collectively prepare the students for these particular new occupations and all that. You know, we are also looking at in a much larger way. In my presentation, I talked to you that initially we started with 100 job roles in 17 sectors. We further expanded to another 52 job roles. So 100 plus 52 job role, we expanded it to 152. Now this year we are going to add another 25 new job roles. And we are focusing this new 25 job role, particularly looking at the new age industries. We are already talking about artificial intelligence, robotics, you know, mechatronics, Internet of Things, big data, you know, many things we are already talking. And these all kind of requirement will be very required for Industry 4.0, the new industrial revolution. So these new additional 25 job roles are going to encompass our focus, particularly to the new age industries, which is coming in a big way in India. So we are not only adding to the traditional sectors of our economy or to the traditional job role, but we also want to expand vocational education to make it more attractive, more meaningful, more purposeful for the diverse students of India. So new age industry, those job roles also we would like to propose in coming months, and you'll be very happy to see the curriculum for these new job roles very soon in the next couple of months. We are already finalized. We have already taken the input from National Skills Development Corporation, NSDC, and now we'll take this input to the Ministry of Education. And once it is finalized, our team will work and will come up with the curriculum this year, and subsequent year we'll develop the textbook for the students and for the teachers and all that. So we are coming in a big way. We want to give more choices to the student, range of choices, range of courses, so that vocational education become really interesting, more aspirational, more useful for them, not only from the learning point of view, but taking as a career in the coming future. Okay.
thank you, Professor Kamba, for answering all those questions and also for giving us a lot of information which is on the pipeline and which is being developed. I'm sure our people who have put up those questions are satisfied with the answers. I would like to, at the end of it, it is already 5:01, and then I think we're right on time for the first session to close these sessions now. I really would like to thank on behalf of the school and the university to Professor Kambaya for his for joining us and then giving us the initial note and also answering all the questions, the queries that participants have put forward to. I'm also thankful to all the paper presenters, Ms. Priti Devi, Ms. Laviana Joy, Muhammad Takir, and Ms. Lavanya for their paper presentations. We will close here today. Right now, for this first technical sessions, we will have a lunch break for 45 minutes, about 40 minutes now, because it's already 1:05. We will start with the second technical session exactly at 1:45, and I would like to request everyone to join us again at 1:45, and that we will have a very interesting session. So the technical session 2 is on 21st century skills, the pedagogical framework, and Professor Mohan Menon will be given the initial remark, and then which will be co-hosted by my colleague Nikhil Singh Charak. And there are another 5 very interesting papers coming up. So with this, we will take a break for 40 minutes or so for the lunch break. See you all in the afternoon at 1:45. Bye-bye, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot. Very good afternoon to one and all. And I can see that around 48, 49 participants have joined. I hope all of you have had your lunch in the short duration. And still I can see the people are joining. So I guess without wasting any time and would like to stick to the schedule, I would like to start the technical session 2. That is on the theme of the pedagogical framework, the 21st century skills, the pedagogical framework. And further, I would like to welcome all of you to this particular national conference organized by School of Vocational Studies, Ambedkar University, Delhi, on the theme once again, that is 21st century skills, implications for skill development programs. And today in this particular technical session, we are completely honored with the presence of Professor Mohan Menon, if he is there in the conference. So yes, so who is the? I would like at the onset. I would quickly would like to introduce Professor Mohan Menon, who is the honorary chairperson of Disha Global Trust, Kochi, India, actively involved in facilitating open, flexible, and digital learning for societal and human advancement, leading to sustainable development. And he's having 40 years of experience working in the areas of teacher education, science education, and instructional designing, and open distance learning. And without wasting any time, I would like to invite if Professor Mohan Menon is available to kindly enlighten us with his words of wisdom. If Professor Mohan Menon is there, yeah, sir, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, all participants. I was not sure who was actually giving the introduction.
Sir, this is Nikhil Singh Sadak, Faculty, School of Vocational Studies. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Because you are not on the screen, so that's why.
I would like. Yeah.
That's okay. That's fine. Thank you. So let me initiate this discussion on pedagogy. Now I can see you.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Yes,
good afternoon, all of you again. Let me thank the Vice Chancellor, the Dean of the Faculty, School of Vocational Studies, and all of you. And many of you I know already because I have interacted with some of the faculty members even earlier. Thank you for inviting me for making this initial presentation on the pedagogical framework related to vocational and technical education. I'm sure that initially you would have had a session, the first technical session, where the 21st century skills would have been discussed. I couldn't participate in that session, although I was there for the inaugural session, which gave the tone to the lead to the other sessions. And that was really a good introduction, the inaugural session. So let me, without taking more time on the introductory things, go to the PowerPoint. I have prepared a PowerPoint on this. I would share that with you. I hope you can see the PowerPoint.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
It is visible now, fully visible with the now of course is a full screen. 21st century skills, the pedagogical framework. That is how this session is titled by you. And but before actually going into the details of the pedagogic pedagogic framework, let me also, I think it's not moving. Yes. Yeah. Something about vocational education itself, as all of you, this is not something new to many of you, because vocational education is actually having some challenges today. The changes that it is happening Of course, it started some time back, almost a decade back or more, when there has been a major transition that was initiated in the country on vocational education itself. And then that's how the whole idea of having undergraduate program on vocational education came up. And I can see that the AUD was one of the pioneers in starting such a program with 3 verticals in the beginning. Now I understood this morning the fourth one also is added, finance and banking. So that's good. I mean, that's four areas related to social sciences mainly is initiated by the SVS. And the need for looking at the whole program, not only in the university but also outside in the whole world, in that sense, is looking at from the point of view of the needs of the 21st century, and not only for the industries, the requirement of the industries, the corporate sector, the market, but also the individuals themselves and the communities. And the forecast is that many of these um, future requirement would be in this area will be an automated ones. As the Vice Chancellor in the morning was talking about how most of the jobs would change soon, and there will be new positions coming up, new type of jobs that is coming up. And what would be required is high-level vocational skills, so which can be applied in a ever-changing, it's a continuously changing world and digital world. That's another challenge. And the third one is that those acquiring broad technical skills will have to be applied, adapted and applied in the novel context. And 21st century capabilities will be required to deal with such a situation. I'm sure these things would have been discussed in the first technical session, but I thought as a background, I should present this, that there are these 3 types of L's, 3 L's, which is learning skills, literacy skills, and the life skills. All of you are aware of that. There's nothing new in that. And there are some sub skills in each of these. Learning skills are the 3, 4 C's: the critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, communication. And then you have the literacy skills, literacy not only in terms of the information related to the content itself of that particular trade or particular vocation, but also literacy related to the media literacy, technology literacy, which becomes very, very important today. Much more than earlier, as we all are aware of, and we all agree to that. And the last area, life skills, will have some 6 areas of flexibility, how flexible one has to be to change according to the need, the leadership qualities to be shown, the initiative, which also includes the creativity aspects, and the productivity, which has to be maintained not only in terms of quantity but also quality, and of course social skills, social related life skills. So all these are required to be achieved in the students of all areas of education, including vocational education. Vocational education may have to acquire this in its own different ways, and some of the pedagogical aspects can be similar to other areas also. It can be similar to even school and higher education, but some of them could be different according to the need of the vocation itself. What I would be initiating in this session is not really going into the details of this pedagogy, but a pedagogic transformation is required. And so the 21st century differs or should differ fundamentally from the pedagogy of the 21st century. Rather, the 21st century should differ from that of the earlier century, that is the 20th century. So that's what we all are trying to do. And if you look at the 4 essential rules I want to present, which cuts across all different aspects of pedagogy. So we may call it as 4 essential rules of 21st century learning. Instruction should be student-centered. I think this is something we have been talking about for decades. I mean, it is not a new thing that we say that learning should be student-centered. But mostly we have been talking about it, and we have found it extremely difficult to practice that, mainly because of many reasons. One of them being the large numbers to be dealt with, and the whole approach to looking at curriculum in a very content-oriented way, and imparting knowledge as the major thing, even in vocational education, but more so in general education. And it never wanted to. We talk about inclusion, but we don't really implement it by telling that the environment, the learning environment that is provided, the pedagogic environment that is provided, caters to the individual needs, interests, and attitudes, or attitudes of the learner. So that's something which we have to look at, and it should be collaborative. Although self-learning is very important in any learning area, any discipline, collaboration is very important, and not just a collaboration, but sort of a reflective collaboration is required for somebody to learn and develop those skills that we are talking about here. And learner should have the context. It is not that this skills can be developed in a outside the context, and that can be then transferred to the any context for that matter. If it has to be transferred to other contexts, then the experience with those contexts are also similar contexts are required. And how that can be provided, what sort of a pedagogical support we can provide for that. And of course, the institution should, the whatever that we teach should be integrated with the society. That is unless that is done, the application of whatever that the people learn, not only in terms of the content of vocational education, the vocation related skills, but also the application of that in the social, in solving problems in the social context. So that's why these four areas becomes very, very important. I would like to present here a few guiding principles for that. So there are three things I am presenting here. One is the guiding principles. Second is the approaches, pedagogic approaches that we have to look at. And also then the pedagogic processes. I won't go into the details of the pedagogy in terms of methods and all this, although I will just talk about a bit, because that's something which will be coming up in detail in the next session. Next technical session, I understand. So I won't go into that in specific situations, how certain pedagogy or a certain method has to be used, a certain technique has to be used. No, I'm not going to. But surely this framework that I'm giving will give a
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I guess we've lost the connection with Professor Mohan Menon. So we'll just look into the technicalities. What is the issue with the internet, and we'll surely try to resolve. मुकेश जी, if you can help us out, if you are
yes, yes. मोहन सर वापस आ गए सर, अब ठीक हो गया था अभी.
Okay, thank you so much.
He is in the session. Sir, you can share your screen again. Dr. Jaina, maybe we can ask Ashok to begin with the presentation till Professor Mohan comes back.
Yes, sir. So, sir, shall we start with the presentations as of now? If so there is some technical issues from Professor Menon's side.
Just
Hello?
wait, Professor Mohan is coming back.
Okay, sir. Okay, right.
Let me unmute. Is it audible now?
Sir, you are audible.
Okay, I will. And visual also is okay. I will.
No, sir. You need to share your screen again.
Right.
Yes, I will. I will share the screen. Don't worry about that. Okay, I will share. Let me. Yeah, this is the share screen. Is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't know. The connectivity would have probably gone. So let me go into the. I am at the guiding principles itself. So yeah. Okay. And there are some other guiding principles also we have to keep in mind. We need a strong vocational education sector centered on applied and workplace situated knowledge, traditions, and practices. So the pedagogy should take care of that. We need a strong vocational. Maybe that I should go start from the slide earlier by going into the previous slides also, which you might have missed. The first one I said was the self-renewing vocational education teaching. It has to be self-renewing. It has to continuously change. I think the Japanese actually focus on that very much, that it is not that we don't, the skills have to be improved further. The teaching has to be on a ongoing basis. It should improve. Yeah, I mean, improve. And the second is the initial and continuing teacher education in applied and workplace situated pedagogies, which of course we have initial training given in all the vocational teaching areas, but also it has to be a continuing process. It is sort of renewing on an ongoing basis. Third is that 21st century vocational education must operate within a lifelong learning context. It's very important to see that when this time when the COVID issue came, how the digital the disruption, or rather use of the digital the use came into existence, and one has to be innovative to take care of that. How it may be easier to do in a general education area, but what are we going to do in a vocational education area? How are we going to take care when many of the things happen online, and everything cannot be done, we know very well, by online education? So how that challenge can be taken up. And then of course the next challenge is applied and workplace situated knowledge is what is really required. Traditions and practices also, it is not just the knowledge, but its application within the tradition, the cultural context. That's very important in In most of the vocations, although we develop and we improve, modernize the vocational practices, but the traditional cultural aspects also will have to remain. Preparation of a future-ready vocational education sector must be attentive to the uncertain disruptive change, as I said earlier also. And it has to be integrated to tertiary education. It is not just that vocational and technical education is a different sector. Of course, we are now practicing that. The BWOC program itself is an example for that. Now, there are some pedagogic approaches that we have to keep in mind. Vocational pedagogic approaches should have encouraging reflection. Any sort of practice of a skill is not a mechanical practice, it is a reflective practice. So encouraging reflection, why one is doing this way, why not in a different way, is important. Teaching and developing thinking skills is very important. Sometimes we people think that it may not be required to do that, but it is absolutely required that in the vocational technical education, we have other types of thinking skills as the 21st century skills we talk about, many of them. The 3 C's, for example, is very much into 4 C's, is very important: critical thinking, creativity, etc. Encouraging collaboration is important when we are designing a pedagogy. It's important to think of that. Collaboration is important. Enabling technology has to be enabled in whatever way possible to make the whole process more accessible as well as inclusive and quality wise better. Then assessing students on an ongoing basis is important as an approach. And developing problem solving is important. It is that every context that the vocational trainee is working in the industry is a new context. In fact, if there are 10 students in that particular vertical course in the same vertical, these 10 students may be working in 10 different contexts. So problems there could be different in 10, or there will be commonalities, but it will be different also. And teaching using project-based learning is very important. And developing on an ongoing basis, the teacher, the learner, and the materials, all these also, that opportunity will have to be available within the pedagogy itself. In fact, many of the products that comes out of the students' experiences can also be part of the teaching material later. So we have to look at developing in that point of view, from that point of view. And there are a number of vocational pedagogical processes. I'm not going into details of this because this I'm sure will come up in the next session in one way or other. But I just read through coming out of those pedagogic processes, pedagogic approaches are processes like self-review, peer review, higher order thinking skills, suitable technologies, effective communication, team skills, interdisciplinary approach, collaborative mediums using technology, the interactivity that comes in the social media, all these will come in digital tools, where it will be very important. So many different types of apps may be required to take care of this. Clear, transparent goals and objectives so that each student can be guided. That's the assessment part. Self and peer assessment, relevant tasks, timely and appropriate feedback to be given. How it can be given when they are in the industry, they're attached to the industry, and the teachers are here in the institution. How that can be taken care of, we have to think of that. And the problem solving aspect, interdisciplinary approach, context of learning, real world problems have to be looked at. Then teaching using project based learning, incorporating suitable technology there too, how in a collaborative manner it can be done, technological fluency, etc., etc. I will not, but all these will be some sort of a background processes that would be incorporated into a particular teaching of a particular area. And unless those things happen, the 21st century skills may not get really developed. They have to actually go through those processes. That becomes very important. And I will With this slide, I will conclude my initiative by telling if these approaches has to be applied, and if these the processes have to be incorporated into our curriculum, then we are actually thinking of different contexts in which the learning will happen, the cross-context learning. I am putting this as the framework actually because whatever I said earlier will fit into this. Some of these experiences will happen in the school. When I say school, I am talking about the institution, the vocational school or vocational institution. That's where it will happen, as one would know. And a major part, in fact, a bulk of the part will happen in the training company, wherever they are attached to. And so the company provides certain experiences. The school provides experiences, which is much more theoretical. But there is also an aspect of intercompany experiences. I think this I'm putting it as a very important area because is it
Please go ahead, sir.
audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the intercompany courses, that means even if it is a hotel industry, for example, the different students would be working in different hotels. The experience they are getting in different hotels can be different. Although it may be related to the front office management or related to catering or related to coffee house or whatever, but they are different from the hotels to hotel. So because of that, they themselves, the hotel associations many a time organize intercompany courses. And that's very important to see that these students from one hotel also get the experience of other hotels. That becomes very important to incorporate. And digital learning support, a lot of resources are available in online, the online educational resources. And online also provided the platform for interaction. So that also will have to be brought in. There are 4 contexts that has to be brought in. And how that will be brought in? Technology probably is the only way to bring in an effective manner. Bridge the gap among learning contexts in vocational training. I think the curriculum design should provide for that bridging the gap between between all these different contexts. I will conclude here, and then of course if there are questions for this or as the moderator desires, we can consider that now or later. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Mehan, sir. Sir, the questions would be answered after the completion of the presentations. We'll take up all the questions. And yeah, sir. So thank you once again for enlightening us towards various aspects of vocational education scenario in India and how the students can stay committed towards 21st century skills and the essential rules pertaining to it. So, and setting the tone for the presentation as well and for the presenters. Now I can see a few people have also joined us from Indonesia, and the participants have also already started asking for your useful PPT, which you have already given. And now moving further, now I would like to initiate the paper presentation session with all of you. I can see we have 5 presenters in this particular technical session. We have Mr. Ashok from Ravinsha University, Mr. Rajesh from Jammu University, and so on, Ruhi and Dr. Zakia and Madan. So I would, at the onset, I would like to announce that each presenter will be getting maximum 10 minutes for the presentation, as already communicated to you. And further, I would request the audience to kindly share the questions in the chat box, and which will be answered by the resource person after the completion of all the presentations. Link for the attendance and the feedback have already shared in the chat room, and you can mark your attendance as well as you can give your feedback. So without wasting any time, I would like to start the presentation by Mr. Ashok. He is from Ravinsha University, and the topic of his research is very useful. That is the indispensable skills of 21st century. So if Mr. Ashok can kindly share his PPT with us.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. It's very good afternoon to one and all. First of all, I would like to express to the organizing teams and the organization as a whole for giving me this opportunity to keep my concerns on this platform. Okay, let me share my PPT. Yes, like I have kept it title the indispensable skills of 21st century, looking at the the kind of circumstances we have around. Well, yes, I cannot see my
Mr.
PPTs.
Ashok, we
Anyhow,
cannot
I
see
can
your
continue.
presentation. Yeah.
Now, can you see my PPT?
I guess no. So you may like to continue. I mean,
Yes, I can continue without PPTs.
Share the screen and
Problem.
then share the screen first. Yeah, now it's
yes,
now
sir.
it can be seen.
Yes. Can you see my PPTs?
Yes, yes.
Anyway,
Yes.
okay. Thank you very much. See,
Right, sure.
I have kept a title like this, like the indispensable skills of 21st century. As I stated that like I've kept a title or decided to keep a title like this, looking at the circumstances around us, right? I start with my first slide that yes, like all of us, we understand very much that India is endowed with young human potential hugely, you know, but that this gives a pleasure to all of us in hearing and in knowing that yes, India is endowed with huge young human potential. At the same time, like given with the given like condition, we feel very sad with the kind of that system we have. We feel that we have a feeling of blessing that we have young human potentials, but at the same time, if one look at the kind of educational practices we have and the kind of implications it has in reality, I personally feel like that's it. And the system of education is a cost rather blessed for all of us because of the fact that now today we see there is like a staggering figure of educated unemployment, also a kind of social and psychological traumas that our youths are going through, despite having they have been come out from like reputed like educational institution, but they are unable to actually face the realities in their life in a proper manner that what we expect from them. This really disturbing kind of reality we have, and perhaps therefore today we think of or in a way we have been like compelled to think of this kind of education which should have immediate immediate returns in the form of like productive behavior of the youth once they come out from the educational institutions. And today we are talking about vocational skills development programs. That's a call around I mean across country, across the world rather, that we should have like developing skills agenda or developing skills of the youth. We should have agenda as part of our education. But originally, if one look at the like practice of education is for developing, exactly we are we are missing there. And today we are like looking for an exclusive practice like skill development programs. That is I feel today is actually not an affordable idea or affordable practice. Rather, we should close the rest of the general system of education and we go for only like skill development programs. So we should like that way we should close, right? If we are really looking for that kind of developing skills which would be like helping us to deal with the challenges of 21st century. Today we think of like developing critical thing or rational, developing rational mind, and thereby they would be, our youth would be, like dealing with the day-to-day life problems in a more effective and productive manner, right? Actually, if you look at the reality, as I repeat that we have a kind of more unrest kind of like a messy kind of situation. That is visible. That is visible experience of among the educated mass only. So in that sense, we have like this disturbing or destructive ends if we are not being careful today's like in developing like those indispensable skills which were found earlier to be indispensable. Today those are understood somehow in a different fashions along with the like given situation, but then those were, earlier also those were indispensable, and today also they are all indispensable and going to be indispensable in near or distant future, right? So like, so in that sense, like, with the kind of system we have, of course, largely as I like stated that we have failed to the kind of like returns or in narrow sense or kind of implications in positive sense we should have because of the kind of defective practices or defective system, one can say. But then at the same time, if we work out, if we like revisit and put our maximum efforts and in a very true sense or true spirit, then there is a great dividends in it at the both individual as well as public level, and that can lead us to a sustainable path, that can lead us to inclusive like development, that can lead, that can strengthen our so-called democratic philosophy, democratic principle in a like country like ours, and that can be an instrumental in ensuring peace, happiness, and harmony in our society. So that potential is still there. Only thing is that that we need a proper to it, proper vision and approach to it, right? Then like coming to the challenges that we have been facing, we have been coming across in last, like say in last organized attempts for providing education to our populations. These are the visible challenges like I have noted down here. Like we see there, I see personally, I feel, and I have seen that we have done the actually far-sighted visions and missions in our practices, and those are the really are the responsible factors for the kind of messy situation today we have. And then there also we lack a kind of accountability. I feel, and I have seen it, that we miss, there is a gap in terms of accountability, that I level it. We have half-hearted accountability in the name of education we are providing, and more importantly, the kind of the practices we have in the name of education. Often I found on democratic and on scientific approaches we have been adopting, and then out of that, supplementing to that, I would say the greedy behavior in education today, I mean, it's very widely visible. One can understand, one can make sense of that, and that is why actually causing a lot of suffers in our education, in both in general education or in across the disciplines and courses and programs of education we have today. I mean, that is a very important challenge for our system of education. Then I also look at kind of interference from the authorities authorities of the systems that often wherever there is a kind of disturbance or kind of loss we face simply because of illegitimate interference and the kind of authoritarian behavior of the system, I mean, of the system of education. So these are the some of the notable challenges of what I feel and what I have found or experienced throughout my career. Then I mean, looking at these circumstances, I mean, despite having this kind of realities around us, I am very hopeful that for both special kind of educational programs or it be general educations, that we need to guide ourselves by following this kind of principles, by adhering to this kind of principle that yes, in our approach we have to be very much holistic. In that way, I put educational efforts that have to be more holistic. As esteemed speakers in the first inaugural session, they've already expressed their concerns. Where that also hints for all of us that yes, we are lacking a kind of holistic approach in our education, and that is why today we are in a very much compelled and in a very suffocated kind of situation that what to do. And there is no much scope left rather to think in a very radical manner to do anything good in the system of education, so that we'll have a better time for all of us. Then they are holistic in the sense, again, that includes rigorous practices. Whatever our maybe exclusive nature of educational programs or general education, we need to adopt rigorous practices. Starting from developing content, then our mode of transaction, and giving the kind of exposures that's within the course framework and the kind of practical orientation we wish to give in different programs of education. We need to be more rigorous in that. Then only we'll be able to really, produce critical mind. People having critical minds, rational thinking, and then automatically they will be capable enough to solve the given problems. There won't be questions of problem solving or challenge to problem solving. It is a common saying that if you are competent enough, there will be any so much having loading for you. एक कहावत है जहाँ पे stamina हो तो challenge तो छोटा पड़ जाता है, like that. So today we are thinking of developing stamina in terms of giving orientation of skills, or helping our students to acquire those skills. So that is what we are thinking about stamina. So if you could provide them that. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. I would request if you can quickly conclude your presentation.
Yes,
so
yes.
Everyone should get equal chance. Thank you so much.
Yes, I'm concluding.
Thanks a lot.
So my submission would be that our approach should be holistic. Our approach should be more rigorous, and scientific, then more of that, I mean, public support is very much essential there. We cannot anymore afford with half-hearted or withdrawal approach of the government. We need wholehearted public supports, and more importantly, we need also autonomy and accountability in education for a better future, future in education that we expect. Yes, that much I wanted to keep here. Thank you very much once again to the organizer for giving me this opportunity. And questions are most welcome. If I get what I get.
Thank you, Mr. Ashok. I mean, the questions definitely would be answered after all the presentations. Thank you so much for giving your useful insights regarding the work education scenario in India. Without wasting any time, I will quickly move on to the next presenter, that is Rajesh Singh from University of Jammu. And his topic is impact of innovative practices on consumer satisfaction and loyalty, and exploratory study of quick service restaurants. So if Mr. Rajesh, you can quickly, he has already shared his presentation and he can start now.
Good afternoon, sir. First of all, thank you so much for organizing team for giving me such opportunity. So my topic is impact of innovative practices on customer satisfaction, loyalty, and exploratory study of a quick service restaurant. Am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
About the introduction, so just a minute. Quick service restaurant is a business organization that includes the sale of food and beverages and is growing rapidly. A quick service restaurant proposes a limited menu restricted to services and sensible prices, and all the menu items are prepared easily and served quickly after order by the customers. Quick service restaurants like Domino's, Pizza Hut, McDonald's, KFC, Starbucks, Burger King, and Subway are the major quick service restaurants in India that provide American fast food. The QSRs have both quick service cuisines and negligible table services and are mainly aimed at professionals and workers generally in 15 to 40 age group. The purpose and the importance of this study are: this study is to investigate the impact of innovative practices, that is product and service innovation, on customer satisfaction. This study also tends to approach the impact of customer satisfaction on customer loyalty in quick service restaurant in Jammu city. The significance of innovation is to offer various dimensions such as service deliveries, service issues, service performance that tends to approach the gaining over the present competitive market. Innovation has considered many services sectors with an outlook of enhancing the excellence of service quality to certify customer satisfaction. The data analysis of my study is the regression analysis has to be concluded to assess the impact of innovative practices, which is the independent variable upon customer satisfaction, which is the dependable variable. The regression results reveal that innovative practices has a significant positive impact on customer satisfaction. The value of Vita coefficient, which is 0.332, indicates a positive but little impact of former upon the latter. Thus, hypothesis 1 is accepted. Further, the regression has also been used to test the relationship between customer satisfaction and customer loyalty. As per regression result, Vita value, t-test, t-value, and the value of p is 0.00 are statistically significant, which shows a significant relationship between customer satisfaction and customer loyalty. Therefore, it is concluded from the results that satisfaction significantly and positively impact on loyalty among customers of quick service restaurants. Thus, hypothesis 3 stands accepted. In adding, the magnitude of impact is good, and with one unit increase in customer satisfaction, customer loyalty accelerates by 0.511 units. The conclusion of my study is the present study tried to examine the relationship between innovative practices customer satisfaction and customer loyalty in the selected quick service restaurant. The outcome of the research suggests that there is for innovative practices positive influences on customer satisfaction. In 1966, it is established that quick service restaurants are forced to exclude innovative practices to attract potential customers and always provide a unique customer experience. In addition to this, quick service restaurant must produce satisfied consumers who end up winning buyers' loyalty. In current study, the relationship between customer satisfaction and customer loyalty is found significant and positive, which leads to acceptance of third hypothesis of the study. For the customer satisfaction, it is indicated that the customer mainly revisit the quick service restaurant which satisfy their needs. If a quick service restaurant is offering new products and services and fulfill customer requirements according to their taste, they are not likely to change brands. About my recommendations, the present study has also recorded with certain limitations. One of them is that the study was confined to the Jammu region only, with a specifically 3 quick service restaurants, that is McDonald's, Domino's, and KFC. Carrying out the same study with other quick service restaurants, many produce different results. Comparative studies among different quick service restaurants can be carried out in future. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Nikhil, sir.
Thank you, Rajiv, for this quantitative research on quick service restaurants. Yeah, without wasting any time, I would move on to the next presenter, and she is Ruhi. And
please stop your screen sharing.
Yes. And she's from Amity University, and her research is based on experiential learning, a tool for changing education environment. If Ruhi can share her slide with us. If Miss Ruhi is available. Yes. So Dr. Ruhi, yeah, we can see the slide. If you can start.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Dr. Ruhi Lal from Amity School of Communication, Amity University, Noida. And I welcome all of you. And today I am here to present my research paper named as Experiential Learning, a Tool for Changing Educational Environment. So my study is based on experiential learning. As the term says, experiential, that means how students will learn through experience, through their knowledge, through their projects. So how it is helping in changing the educational environment. So my study is based on that. So I'll start with the introduction of the study. So my study has explored the rising changes in the interface between student learning style and institutional learning environment. That how the current traditional method of teaching is there and how we should adapt new technique, new style, new pattern, which will help to create a learning environment. So study focuses on the significance of positive approach to deal with the new trends, creating new environment that would be more beneficial for the students. It would be more create a healthy environment of learning. So study investigate the role of experiential learning in promoting new teaching trends. So it suggests how experiential learning can be applied in an institution for changing the educational environment through institutional development program outcome assessment. So at the end of the semester, we make the outcome assessment plan, that how the students are performing, what methods, what pedagogies we are using, and what is the total outcome of the teaching. So using that, I did this research to analyze that how new technique, new pedagogy will help to create better outcome of the study. So the study explored the rising. So that is the introduction of the study, and then I'll talk about how I did it. That is the purpose and importance of the experience gain. So the questions which were going in my mind, how I should do the research. So I wanted to explore the role of experiential learning in academics, and what are the new trends I wanted to find out, and what type of field work assignments are required in today's situation, and how a student should be evaluated, how they should be graded or marked on their assignments and their overall outcome assessment. So these were the questions, and my objective was to investigate the role of experiential learning in promoting new trends, to suggest how experiential learning can be applied in institution for changing educational environment through academic development program. And I wish to explore the role of experiential learning in outcome assessment. That was one of the major variables. So how I did the research, what was the outcome, what challenges I faced. So I applied a methodology, and approach was purely qualitative because I prepared an open-ended questionnaire, and the second two methods were used: open-ended questionnaire and naturalistic observation method. That was a role specific simulation, that how they will respond to a specific situation that would be assessed during the test. So type was exploratory and descriptive, area was Delhi NCR, sampling was convenient, and primary and secondary data were taken. Total sample size was 96 respondent, and they were the youth 15 to 24 years. And youth definition was taken from United Nations for statistical purposes that define youth from 15 to 24 years of age. That is a bit detail about my method, what I used and how I did the research. So my entire research was based on the 4-step, based on the model proposed by Murphy, Tai and Bradshaw. 2013, they have given the model. Accordingly, I did my entire process dividing into 4 steps. The first was the preparation, then pre-observation meeting, and then observation and post-observation feedback session. That was the way. And open-ended questions were used, and then coding was done. Tagging or coding of responses to create the codes to link each other to reach to the conclusion. And it was deductive coding approach with predefined set of codes, and hierarchical coding frame was used to capture the taxonomy to how the codes relate to each other and apply a different level of granularity during the coding and analysis of result. So how I did the research, my first stage was to give them knowledge what is experiential learning. And the first stage, students were introduced about experiential learning, their reflective practices through online activity, and then following an online course, it was shown through a video how experiential learning is done, and the self-administered mail method was selected appropriate for the reason cost, and some questions responses were required. So students were collected together. The sample I have taken from Amity University, Noida. I'm a faculty there, so I used my own students for doing this research. The master's student, they were taken as a sample respondent for doing this research. So at the first stage, I educate them about experiential learning, what it is and how it is done, and then questions were asked from them. Reflective sessions was then done, in which the questionnaire was given to them to understand, analyze, and answer the question. The second stage was the induction program, where face-to-face reflective sessions were done with the experiential learning to clarify specific issues and potential ways of incorporating experiential learning activity. And so the questions were asked from them, which they have to answer based on their consciously thinking, analyzing, critical analysis, what you are currently doing, how you have previously done, what you have experienced, and how you have learned. So it was done to analyze their questions were given, and the third stage was the naturalistic class observation method. It was the observation tool I used for the induction program, where the purpose was to give them an assignment and then closely monitor them. The application based question project was given to them, through which they will learn, they will experience the actual working. Their leadership skills can be measured, their teamwork can be measured, and in the class activity, the practical assignment was given. These were primarily observed on the application of experiential learning activity. Observation tool captured the learning environment in terms of different types of learner-centered reflection and teacher-centered activity and position of classroom and the facilitator. And the final stage was face-to-face reflective session, where working in the project class to check their outcome, discussion on their learning on the previous traditional tool, and the learning through assignment project doing in the class in the presence of the concerned faculty, through which they will learn the application of theories, how they will implement. So it was provided the opportunity to the observer to discuss the approach, and the data were collected, the observational data as well as the questionnaire which was shared with them, and answers of all the questions, how they felt, how they reacted, and what was the finding. So student experience much less lecture than more continuous thinking, talking, writing in a typical class, which helped in the practical learning. The teacher observed the room where students were engaged in assignment through monitoring in the dialogical process, which could develop a better feel for student learning compared with more passive didactic approach. Students received timely and continuous feedback on each assignment, and the data in this research, the data presented in this paper provide the important insights into relationship between experiential learning and outcome assessment of students, and the student study finding confirms that there is perceived positive relationship in the form of experiential learning in terms of outcome, which include helping student to be competitive in the job market, access jobs in the development sector, slightly more importance given to internship and co-ops placement, followed by international opportunities. These are based on the responses received from the students. Student perceived experiential learning as beneficial for furthering their knowledge learned in the classroom, developing new skill sets, and networking with potential employer. So the data collected from students suggests that they should take advantage of all the educational opportunity. Not only do the program help a student develop the competency which are highly sought after the development organization, they also provide opportunity for building professional network. Okay, so working on the live project and internship, experiential learning help getting the professional connection, which plays a crucial role. So that is the conclusion of the whole research. So data limitations where the data collected from Delhi NCR, we can expand it, we can do it to different set of sample, different part of the country, which can lead to better result. Limitation was the respondent, only 96, we can expand it. The age group, which was taken 14 to 25, we can further extend it to MPhil, PhD scholars to know more about it. And the implication is from present study, it is implicated that there's a need to improve the teaching style and assessment pattern, and integrating institutional development activities through leadership vision serves as an example.
Dr. Ruiz?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
my time is up.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean,
Yes,
that was a kind of very informative presentation which you have given, and I'm sure it would be very useful for other researchers as well. So actually, we are already short of time.
Yes,
so
sir.
Apologize. So quickly, again, I would request, please, if somebody someone was scribbling on the screen, so please stop doing that, and we should be professional whenever there is some sort of conference is going on. So I request participants not to scribble on the screen. So moving on to the next presenter, that is Dr. Zakia, and again from Amity University, and the topic is exploring the implications of skill development in the contemporary world. So if Dr. Zakia can quickly share her slide. Yeah, thank you. Dr. Rui, if you can just mute your screen and
I'll
yeah,
put down.
thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Zakia, if she's available. Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, please. You can start. We can see your screen. We can see your people.
Okay. Thank you so much. Very good afternoon to one and all. And thank you organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak on my topic. So the topic of my discussion today is exploring the implications of skill development in contemporary work. I have a second author also who contributed. Her name is Ms. Rehna Jasmeen Rahman. She's from JV Law College, Guwahati University. So her contribution, without her contribution, this research would not have been possible. So I would like to thank her also. I would like to now introduce my topic. So I have done an in-depth analysis on skill development and the functions, the role it plays in the society, and the importance of skill development. So yes, in skill development is a continuous process. Reason being that skill development has traveled since the human civilization has started. If you look back from Stone Age to Iron Age, from Iron Age to Bronze Age, so it's time immemorial. Things are developing in various phases of human civilization's development, and the knowledge and skill of people are also developing. It is improving, and along with the advancement of time. So in the initial stages of development, human beings try to be self-sufficient. After trying to be self-sufficient, when the basic necessities of life are met, then they try to meet some the human beings in civilization try to make some more and improvement. So not only the basic things, but to try to bring more and more development. And with passage of time, there are a lot of technological developments that are coming up in the society, and also demands are varying with time. So with that, as our topic of discussion today is vocational training and skill development as a part and parcel of life, because the need of vocational training and skill development is felt, by the entire globe since time immemorial. And this is the reason the human civilization has seen technology from potter's wheel to electricity, telephone, telegraph, to digital age, which we are seeing now, which we are witnessing, which we are, part and parcel of that technology. So vocational training and skill development is essential and very much part and parcel of life in every field and every industry. Skill development is the demand of the society, and which not a single person can escape from it. It is essential for people of every income bracket or walk of life, whether educated, less educated, illiterate. For each and every individual in the society, it has become essential. So requirement is there, and for this requirement, if someone is not, could not acquire the skill development or skill enhancement, it is necessary for that person, by somehow to take, some, you can say, initiatives to develop or inculcate those skills as per the requirement of in the industry, whichever industry a person belongs to. It is very much essential. The prime, there, it is observed that, there is, as my fourth point says in introduction, the prime cause of unemployment and underemployment is happening. It is observed. This is due to lack of skill development. it is observed many a times that there is a gap in the skill that the employees actually they have, and the skills which they have, and also at the same time they have educational qualification, higher educational qualification, but at the same time they don't have the exact skill which the industry requires. And the outcome of such a situation is that despite of adequate academic or educational qualification, the employee cannot earn sufficiently. They are not satisfied with their incentive, with their salary, with their promotions, all these things. They remain unsatisfied, they remain dissatisfied, and this happens due to lack of skill development. And there is we can see there is unemployment or there is underemployment, and this is one of the reasons for it. This is we can say it is the prime cause. My research study is based on two kinds of two theoretical framework. One is on the economic theory of demand and supply, and the other one is the Darwin's theory of evolution, that is survival of the fittest. So I would like to give a explanation on this. First, I would like to speak on the law of demand and supply in terms of skill development, how it is applicable. For instance, if you see, the law of demand and supply can be applied in the job market very appropriately in terms of skill development. For instance, a demand of skilled, competent, and qualified employees is always there in the job market. If the job seekers are highly qualified, but the lack in soft skills, interpersonal communication, not empathetic, lacking in communication skills, cannot express thoughts clearly, lacks in other requisite skills that are demanded by a specific job, by a specific area, or in the industry and the market demands, and the person cannot fulfill, then in such a situation, there will be an increase in the rate of educated unemployment. So educated people will have to work in lower remuneration, because if there is no other way, then the person will have to work in lower remuneration, no perks, no allowances, and qualification and the designation will not match, no increment and promotion despite of adequate qualification, and serving for several years in an organization without job satisfaction is actually a thing which psychologically hampers a person a lot. It affects psychologically also to a person. So it can be seen on the other hand that if all the employees that are having good quality qualification, along with that they have proper skills according to the demand of the market or the industry, they don't have to face such problems. So it can be seen that if one meets the demand in the job market, then the job seeker will be satisfied, and also on the other hand, the job recruiters will also be satisfied. And I would like to now throw some light on Darwin's theory of survival of the fittest, how it is appropriate in the current job market. So those job seekers were considered to be, the explanation is more or less same, but these two theories, I found it extremely fit and applicable for this particular aspect on which I'm doing the research, because the job market has the right, if somebody has, as I told you, has right academic qualification and other skill sets, that they are considered to be most fit for the job market, and they can survive both in the long and the short run, and their future prospects are extremely bright, and their job is secured, and also post retirement life is also very secured, because they have the inclination to learn new things, to learn to inculcate in themselves the skills. So that is the reason actually they are very much fit, they can fit themselves in the current environment, or whatever is the future environment will be. They are very much open, and they can actually they will be fitting into that particular environment. So it is very important to understand the requirement of the industry, and accordingly one needs to enhance the skills that is required, whether it's vocational skills or soft skills or any kind of skill that is needed. So the purpose or the importance of my experience of my study here, I would like to give the objectives of my research study. The first objective is to understand the significance of skill development, how it is important. I did a survey, and I collected data, and on the response of the respondents, I came to know that the various significance of skill development. So it is the respondents responded that 95% of the respondents responded to the significance that skill development encourages students who are not that bright in studies, because along with academics, as I have mentioned earlier, that if somebody acquires good skills according to the need of the industry, that particular students can enhance himself or herself according to the need. So it actually encourages students who are not that bright in studies, help students in understanding better career perspective. 97% of my respondents, I need to tell you who are my respondents. My respondents are HR persons, recruiters, teachers, students. These are certain, also, parents of students also, because I belong to an educational organization, my university. So,
Dr. Zakir?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, I need to stop you. I mean, if you can quickly conclude your presentation, because one more presenter is there and we need to take the question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'll try to wind up as
please,
early as possible.
Please.
Okay. So yes, I will just due to paucity of time, I'll give you few significance of my of the skill developments. So it helps in communication, it helps in networking, helps in overall development in a person. It actually gives a wholesome development in a person. It helps in nurturing various talents of specific interest areas, increases expertise in several areas. It helps in meeting the demand of various industries by training manpower with requisite skills. Yes, I would like to give you some more points on the concluding part, where as I would like to conclude now. Skill development in 21st century, that is one of my objectives. So it is necessary, due to the advent of the digital media and new age media, it has become necessary to understand these technologies in a better way and use it. So to support the new age media, the smarter gadgets are also available in the market. The current network scenario has also changed due to the development in the information technology. So it has become now mandatory to well equip ourselves by learning the new technologies to make our life easy in the new environment. We need to prepare ourselves to fit into the internet-driven society, which is heading towards convergence of technologies, cloud computing, robotics, artificial intelligence, education 4.0 to industry 4.0. And also 5.0. So these are certain, 21st century developments that are to be inculcated by the current generation. Otherwise, it will become difficult for survival in the industry, in any kind of industry or any kind of field. Yes, I would like to speak on my findings or on my recommendations as I'm asked to wind up. Some of the, although I have found out, around 7 recommendations after doing the analysis of my data that I have collected according to the responses of the respondents. Also, I have used secondary data. Now, it is important, just I'll speak on my recommendations and I will wind up. I'll end my presentation. So you see, skill development has become an integral part of education now. It cannot be denied. So skill development in children should be started from a very tender stage. It can be started in since school level. The seniors who did not got the opportunity, to development skills or to learn the other vocational, training, then it is necessary that skill development programs have to be conducted in the form of workshops, training programs, seminars, and conferences, which will actually help them to enhance their skill maybe in a later age, but it is necessary and essential for them. Media, yes, it is very important, as I have done good in-depth analysis on media also, but yes, I would like to mention here that media plays a crucial role. So in making general public aware of skill development and vocational training, it is necessary that proper advertisement and promotions should be done in various media, be it social media platform or both print and electronic media, actually helps, and how frequently the frequency of the promotions and advertisements in various mass media, it is very important for skill development. And there are still a lot of people who have appropriate educational qualifications but do not have any knowledge on skill development. For them, it is necessary, to learn the nitty-gritties of the industry, and in that case, they should learn various skill development and vocational training they should have. So it is necessary to increase the skill development training from school level onwards in educational institutions, in academic organizations. It is a must and a necessity. Thank you very much, and I welcome all of you for questions, because I could not explain the proper research methodology due to my research due to paucity of time. So please, if you have any questions, I'm open to questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zakia. Thank you so much.
Yes.
The question and answers would be done after the presentations, and I quickly would like to invite Dr. Madan Singh from IP University. And sir, if you could precisely focus on your objectives quickly and the learning outcomes, so that we can finish the schedule process on time. Thank you so much. Dr. Madan. If Madan, yeah, if Madan sir is available, Dr. Madan. Okay. Sir, if you can quickly start. You are not audible. I guess there is some technical issue. If Mukesh ji can help us.
He can unmute himself and speak. He is co-host.
Yeah, he has not unmuted. That's why.
Okay. Madan sir, if you can unmute yourself, please.
Malavani হৈ গল দে presentation le question answer সুধিব Malavani presentation to হৈ গল এটা question answer session হ'ব খাব নোৱাৰি না এটা question answer সুধিব না এটা সুধিব ৰ কোনবা এটাই ক'ব তাতে কি বনাইছা ভাত ডাল বঢ়িয়া
I guess there is some network issue. So with the permission of the Dean School of Vocational Studies, can we move on to the question and answers round? I guess, I mean, we are not, he's not audible.
Yes, Nikhil.
So, sir,
if we are unable to get him,
yes, sir.
then I think we should move to the next activity because we will be losing time.
Yes, sir. So, sir, quickly, Professor,
ask Professor Madan that if he's still connected and he's able to present this presentation, तो उनका नहीं है ना? This is not his presentation. Is it his presentation?
Sir, I guess, yeah, he has shared this presentation.
Yes, sir.
Madan Singh, yeah.
So ask Dr. Madan if he is still connected.
Yes, sir.
His microphone is active. He
Yes,
could
sir,
have
right.
spoken.
But he's not audible.
He was there. So it's okay. We can go ahead with question answer session because Professor Mohan also is waiting.
Okay, right, sir. So, sir, there are 3 to 4 questions which have been asked during the session, and those are very interesting one. Sir, Professor Mohan Menon, if he's there, I would like to ask a question that is regarding what are the after effects of BVOC in future, about in 5 years or more in corporates world, functioning including with professional subjects like CA, CPA, CMA. And this question has been put up by Arvind Verma. And he has also asked if school include these things in skill development class like sports class and music class or any other class. So, sir, Professor Mohan Menon, sir, if you would like, I can repeat the question again. Sir, you are not audible. Please unmute.
Yes, can you hear now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So please repeat the first part.
Sir, what are the after effects of BVOC in future about in 5 years or more and corporates world functioning, including with professional subjects like CA, CPA, CMA, and CS? If school, this question has been put up by Arvind Verma.
Okay. I don't know whether I can respond fully to the satisfaction of all the participants, but I would believe that this is BVOC has been an initiative which actually was giving a higher level of status to the vocational courses itself by making it to an undergraduate degree, and with interdisciplinarity being focused in the present educational policy also. I think this should give really an impetus to the vocational programs. And it has a good future because, there are countries like, for example, Germany or even some of the European countries also, the vocational education is actually considered to be much more lucrative than general education because they actually have certain professional skills. I think that sort of a future is possible in India too, provided it also improves its the curricular transaction and the skill development in the real quality skill development in the market, which is required by the market and which can continuously change too. If that sort of a thing, I think it has a great future, and technology will surely provide for that because it has shown that there are a lot of possibilities provided by social media, technology, etc. That's what I feel.
Thank you, sir.
And
yeah.
the second part is?
Sir, if he is asking if school include it in skill development class like sports class and music class or any other class.
No, here, you see, it is not separated. Anything co-curricular or curricular, these are not separated in the development of a person, an individual. But till now, we thought that all those skill development, the teamwork and cooperation, collaboration, all those will get developed in a automatic manner, even if you teach in the classroom with only lectures and less of experiences. But that's not the correct position, because with the 21st century skills, we are giving more importance to the 21st century skill. Even the curricular transaction itself will have to be done with those skills in mind. Of course, the vocational related skills are very much there. That is there. But these are not contradictory to each other. While developing the vocational skills also, it is not mechanically developing. It is collaborating, cooperating, interacting, reflecting on all these things. So the core skills of the 21st century skills will also be developed. So we should not look at that sports will take care of that or extracurricular will take care of that. I'm not undermining the need for that, because that also contributes towards the development of these skills.
Thank you so much, sir. And I will take one more question for this particular technical session, as we are already running out of time. Sir, the next question is from Mr. Mudassar. He's asking how to motivate students for opting vocational education in schools as an optional subject where all the other subjects are compulsory, and how to involve student-centered learning process in the classroom of 90 to 100 students.
But I would think that if the proper implementation of the present national education policy is done, the school curriculum also will have not as additional or optional subjects the skill related or vocation related courses. See, we are not really, there has been a criticism against vocational courses being taught in the schools, telling that they are children, and are we trying to bring in child labor by having, this was something even UNICEF, I remember working in National Open School long back, 20 years back, the UNICEF asked this question. So we are not really teaching them the vocational skills as such, but we are preparing for them to be more productive in their life, by having a lot of skills are required, not just because they will become take up that profession later, but that opportunity for continuing that should be started right at the school level. And the present educational policy will hopefully provide for that, not making only the academic subjects as compulsory and the vocational subject not compulsory. All should become really compulsory, and that should be counted towards their grades also. I mean, that's how it will be. And if that is the case, I think in the long run, the vocational course also will be considered as something like learning mathematics or physics or whatever. It's as good as that, and as productive. In fact, we know very well that's more economically productive than just learning certain subjects just for the sake of it. So I think that will mean that there has to be an innovative restructuring of the school. School, when I say the school, the school, not the school of vocational studies, the school system itself, the primary, secondary, and of course in higher education. And that is available in certain countries already. If we want to take examples from that, that's also possible. So that's my vision about vocational education. We never did that. We only talked about these things on paper in all the different policies, including the present one. I hope the present policy will really implement it. We have to wait and see. I hope that will be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your sir, wonderful insights. Unfortunately, we couldn't able to answer other questions, and I would communicate to the people, to the participant, that other questions would be the answers for other questions would be shared over the email or over the website for sure. And I would quickly would try to wrap up this particular technical session. Thank you, sir, Professor Menon, sir, for answering all the queries and sharing your bundles of knowledge with us. I would also like to, you know, again request the presenters to share their valuable feedback. And further, I would like to quickly consolidate. I would like to again thank Professor Menon for joining this conference today and sharing his valuable knowledge with the audience and with us. Further, I would like to thank all the presenters who presented their valuable research quantitatively and qualitatively pertaining to skill development, employment, experiential learning, and implications of 21st century skills. And I'm very sure this forum would give immense confidence to all the presenters to further enhance their knowledge and further enhance research quality in their respective fields. You can always get in touch with all the keynote speakers and resource persons. And I would also like to thank the audience who are here with us since morning and listening to the resource persons and the presenters very amicably. So now I would like to invite Ms. Faria Siddiqui to kindly
Before
initiate.
that,
Yes, sir.
Nikhil, before that, thank the university and all of you for inviting me. I am available for emails or any response to the extent that I am capable of doing. Thank you. I'm
Thank
not
you,
a vocational
Professor.
person.
You have always been a wonderful support for us, for supporting us for the School of Vocational Studies, day in and day out for learning outcome-based framework and developing our courses. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Also, I also thank Professor Menon and
Nice to
connecting us
Thank you.
from Kerala, sir. Thank you very much. And we have also Professor Manhas has joined already. Professor Parikshit
Yes,
Manhas.
I could see
Yeah, he has joined. So
thank you. Give my
thank you all, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah, Faria, please take up the next session. Faria to take up next session.
All of you for the wonderful sessions in the technical session 2. Now I would like to welcome all of you in our third session, where we are continuing the same topic, and here we will be talking about implementation of 21st century skills. I am your moderator for the session. We have our resource person for the session already joined, Professor Parikshit Manhas, Dr. Ramesh Chandra Sharma, and we also have 4 presenters in this session. So let me introduce Professor Manhas before I just give away time to speak and share his thoughts about the topic. So Professor Parikshit Singh Manhas is a professor at the School of Hospitality. Sir has worked extensively in this area and has been associated with different organizations and has collaborated with different universities to work in this area. He has experience of more than 15 years in the field of teaching and research in hospitality and tourism management. We welcome you, sir, for this session, and we are thankful that you spared time from your busy schedule. We know that you were busy in some other meeting, but we are thankful that you joined us for this session. And I would also welcome Professor Ramesh Chandra Sharma, who is with us since morning and is managing all the things in the background. So Dr. Sharma is the Associate Professor at School of Global Studies at Ambedkar University. And thank you, sir. Yeah. So, sir holds a PhD in educational technology and has previously worked at Open University Malaysia as an associate professor. So, without taking much time, I request Professor Parikshit Singh Manhas to please address the audience, and we can have question answer session after Professor Manhas' thoughts, because sir has to leave early. So we'll have Q&A with Professor Manhas, and then we'll continue other sessions, other presentations on Professor Sharma's session. Yes, over to you, sir. Professor.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. A very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you to Professor Jaina for giving me an opportunity, and to the AUD staff and the teachers. Greetings to Dr. Sharma. Let me start with my screen sharing. I hope you are able to.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, great. So I'll just take it to the presentation mode. and see how things move up. Okay, so thank you once again for having me and talking about the 21st century skills. So that's a pretty tricky thing in the present scenario. These skills have been hovering around here and there, and things have been changing at a very, very fast pace. A lot of unexpected things have been going around, and a lot of unexpected things have happened, which we never thought of somewhere in November 2019 or December 2019, or in India, at least in February 2020 or in early March 2020, we were still contemplating that, okay, this is something, a very one-off incident, and it's not going to impact us globally. But yes, it did impact us globally, and it has impacted our industry in a very, very big way. Today, what I was thinking when Professor Jaina talked to me about this particular seminar and this webinar, and he said, you have to give your views, I was more keen on working on or was thinking of what should be the mindset of the people. We all have been talking about things, and we have been seeing that how mental breakdowns are happening these days and how things have been moving. So that's one of those things that we have lots and lots of challenges that we are facing. And my presentation and my thought process was related to the fact that we are not going to talk about only a particular skill set, but what are the challenges and what should be the mindset vis-a-vis these challenges are concerned, and how things are going to move up in times to come. See, one of the basic challenges for our industry is the fact that we have seen an advent of a new era, and this new era talks about complete digital transformation. Now, service industry, where you all must be aware of the fact that where a humane touch is a very, very important aspect vis-a-vis service industry is concerned. But once you get digitally transformed and there are no people around you and there's no humane touch involved, so how do we handle this digital transformation? And how do our students handle this digital? I did lots and lots of webinars, and one of the main questions that was coming up to me was that what should we do? What should we do vis-a-vis our careers are concerned? What should we do vis-a-vis our thought processes are concerned? Should we leave the hospitality and tourism industry? That was one of the biggest issues that we were talking about. Crisis management. Now, crisis management and the regional governance at regional level, this is what World Economic Forum is also talking about, and they are also referring towards these particular things, where they're looking at the fact that how economic crisis, how social crisis, how educational crisis, how political crisis could be managed. Regionally, locally, these things are playing a very, very big role, and a lot of people are in turmoil, a lot of countries are in turmoil, a lot of states are under turmoil. As far as our industry is concerned, trust is a very, very important factor. See, you all used to go to a restaurant to eat food. So how good now? The fact is that whichever restaurant you go, whichever hotel you visit, whichever airlines you travel with, whatever product of tourism and hospitality you pick up, you need to be totally sure that it is totally hygiene. It's totally clean and it is hygienic, and it is one of those products which you can consume easily or which you can use easily. So rebuilding that trust, major thing that our industry, major hit that that our industry has taken is vis-a-vis the trust factor. So rebuilding trust is going to be an important aspect. So these are some of the challenges that I feel that that are going to be there. But yes, tourism can be a platform to overcome this pandemic. There are a lot of people around the globe, their livelihoods depend upon tourism. One of the basic essential pillars of sustainable development goals is tourism. Obviously, when I use word tourism, it is synonym with tourism and hospitality. So this is one of the basic pillars that we have, and at least for the countries which are small developing states or least developed countries, or people with disadvantages who are disadvantaged people, and people who have various types of handicaps, for them tourism was a very, very important platform. So this is the scenario that we have. This is the scenario that we look at when these things are coming up. One very important factor that I found out was that virtual space is the new normal. Around about 1 year back, we would never think of so many webinars around us. We could never think of having high-level meetings. In fact, Professor Jaina will bear with me, we even had interviews for the post of vice chancellors virtually. So we could never think of these particular things around an year back. High-level, high-powered meetings are being held in the PMO or at the highest level, which were always very confidential and held under closed doors, but are being held in the virtual world only. So virtual tourism is the new normal. That's one of the very important things. So you youngsters, when you're acquiring skill sets, think about the word virtual. It is a very, very important aspect. The 4IR or the industrial revolution is going to be only about artificial intelligence, machine learning, augmented and virtual reality. A lot of my students who were talking to me, and they were talking about the fact that, yes, sir, we are acquiring hospitality knowledge, we are acquiring tourism knowledge, we are doing research in hospitality and tourism. What else do they need? Or what else do we need? I always used to tell them that try to improve your qualification vis-a-vis augmented and virtual reality is concerned. Hands-on skill vis-a-vis how does artificial intelligence work? What is the background behind it? What is actually machine learning? What is it all about? You should at least be aware of it. I'm not saying you become masters of that, but you should at least be aware of it. One very important advertisement these days you must be looking at on the television during the IPL and other commercials that are being played is of Whitehead Junior. So this is talking about the coding and all that aspect. Suddenly, these types of advertisements have cropped up. Suddenly, this type of industry is looking at a very big opportunity, and that's what I'm saying. That you should, one very important skill, because I'm not linking it with something else, but I'm standalone talking about the virtual tourism. It is very important that you have to have this skill. It is essential that you possess knowledge about virtual world. You have to have it, because that's the way how you are going to communicate with your customer. I give an example over here, or I talk about the fact that earlier I used to go for, or any one of us must be taking 5 holidays in a year, or 10 holidays in a year. But now these people will take at the most 1 or 2 holidays in a year, and that too if everything is fine and everything is permitted. But they, for vis-a-vis this 1 or 2 holidays that they are going to breaks that they are going to take, they are going to go to the best possible way, best possible place, or best possible destination. And this destination will be chosen on the ways by the information that is present on the virtual world. So if you are a DMO manager, if you are a hospitality manager, if you are working for an hotel chain, you have to have virtual presence. And your virtual information should be as good as real information. It should be very well documented. It should be very well written. It should be very well projected. That's an important aspect. So when I'm talking about documented and when I'm talking about projected, I'm talking about the fact that your creativity has to be there. This documentation will come from creativity, and then that means your writing skills. So along with the knowledge of augmented reality or the virtual reality, but your writing skills also need to be improved. You have to be very, very creative. How do you project your hotel, or how do you project your hotel chain, or how do you project your destination? How do you project your airlines, or whatever industry, hospitality and tourism industry you are working at? How creatively you project that, and how creatively you are able to present, that's going to be a very, very important aspect. And these skill sets are also required by, for example, online tourist guiding is very, very important aspect. We are actually looking at people who can guide them online. Now, I was reading a report, and I was listening to BBC also the other day. A lot of museums in London have gone virtual. So a lot of guiding is going on in the virtual space. So you need to have those communication skills. So along with those creative writing skills, you should have those expressive and communicative skills that are going to be very, very important for your VR traveler. So your VR traveler is actually going to need all this information when he actually chooses physically to go to a destination. Prior to that, his selection process is going to be dependent upon this particular fact. So what do I say? When I talk to my students vis-a-vis their skill sets are concerned, they have to have these 5 mantras in their mind, and these are going to be very, very important. No knowledge, no information, no skill set is as good, or is going to be bad enough, or is not going to help until and unless you have these mantras in place. The one is your own adaptability. Your adaptability to various situations. That's going to be a pretty critical aspect. Because if you're not adaptable to the changing scenarios, no matter how much qualification you possess, no matter how many types of skill sets you possess, you are not going to grow. You are going to come out a cropper. So that's a big thing. Adaptability. You have to motivate yourself, and you have to be adapting to various things that are available around you. Your efficiency is going to be a big issue. Now, efficiency refers to the fact that you have to have your own yardsticks. You don't need to look at the things that what people are going to come and measure your efficiency. No, it's not a regular office type of a thing going on. We are not going to our universities every day. We are not going to our offices every day. So we are not going to our hotels every day, or we are not going to go to our destinations every day. Our efficiency is also dependent upon the fact that how much effort we put in while we are at home. So that's a very important aspect. So work from home and efficiency, that means it is going to be a self-driven work. So your efficiency is also going to be very, very self-driven. So this is the mindset that you should possess. Inclusivity. I'm a big champion of inclusivity. I always talk about take everybody along. Be as inclusive as possible. You never know what is going to strike you, what is going to be helping you. So look at that inclusivity aspect. Opportunity. Look at every opportunity. A lot of hospitality professionals were coming to me and they said that we don't have any jobs. And then I was talking to them and I was trying to tell them that hospitality professionals are the closest to the very important team which is required at this moment. They are healthcare professionals. We only don't possess the technical aspect, but the sympathy aspect, the hospitality aspect, or the caring aspect is always there in hospitality professionals. So there's an opportunity for you. A lot of hotels around the country were designated as COVID properties and COVID hotels, and a lot of people were being asymptomatic people were being taken care of over there, who required a lot of mental health, who required a lot of sympathy, who required a lot of caretaking. And that is what your opportunity was, and you should look at it. Universalism. Now it's not restricted that whether you are sitting in Jammu or Delhi or Mumbai or London or Cape Town or anywhere in this world. You are actually the world is your platform, and you are working on that. So these mantras, each one of you, no matter what skill set you acquire now in the 21st century, these are going to be a very, very important aspects. Here are a couple of things that I could pen down and which I thought that you should be which are very important for you. One is obviously technology savviness. Tech savviness is a very important aspect. And when I talk about tech savviness, I don't talk about the fact that you are able to handle multiple types of mobiles, or you are able to use multiple types of apps, or you are able to handle social media platforms. But by tech savviness, I mean to say whatever technology requirements or components are required for your industry, you are aware of them. I'm not saying you should be able to work with all of them. I'm not saying you should have the knowledge of everything, but you should at least have information about them, how they are working, how these things are evolving, how these things are supporting your industry, and how these things are taking care of our industry. That's a very important aspect. Creativity and innovation, another very important skill set that you should possess. Being innovative is a very important aspect, and no better time than now to be innovative enough. There's a lot of scope vis-a-vis the innovation sphere is concerned. Government of India is coming out with scheme, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, the Startup India, and then there are so many hackathons being developed by Ministry of Education. AICT is building up a lot of things. Literacy weeks, they are coming up. They're coming up with innovation and creativity weeks, IP weeks, they are coming up. And they're coming up with a lot of prize monies vis-a-vis these hackathons are concerned. So these are students, they hospitality and tourism students, they should work on this particular aspect. Start looking at these opportunities. There's lots and lots of money to be taken over there. And in the innovation sphere, Government of India is trying to improve its innovation index, and it's trying to help youngsters innovate, come out with new ideas, help them incubate these ideas and be good entrepreneurs, and just not be job seekers, but be job givers. So this is that time when you're sitting at home, when you're looking at things, work up with your brain cells and try to see to it that what new things could be built up. Data literacy, that's getting all this information. There's so much information on the internet now. What is happening? We have done so many webinars since April. I think from first week of April, this session of webinars started. So there were experts, top-notch experts around the globe talking on internet and giving their webinars. So there's so much information, so much data available, but somebody has to process this data. Trying to retrieve this data is also a humongous task, and you have to be able to retrieve that data, process that data, and make knowledge out of that data. That's going to be a very important aspect, and there your smartness will be a very, very big thing. And if you couple this smartness with your critical thinking, obviously the first aspect that I was talking about, creativity and innovation, will come into play. So you have to see to it that how you couple up your critical thinking with data literacy, how you see the business end of the problems, how you see the what are going to be the benefits of these particular problems, and how you work up with these particular problems. Digital marketing and business skills. Well, digital marketing is going to be is an in thing, and we see that everybody is using digital marketing to reach out to their customers. They're trying to build up, they're trying to work up with their customers, they're trying to meet their consumers, they're trying to talk to their consumers digitally, and they're trying to assess their issues and trying to solve their needs digitally. So digital marketing and business skills, again, something that is going to be the in thing. Obviously leadership, that's always there. Leadership is an all-time skill that each one of us should possess, and a lifetime of learning. Now the world is evolving in such a way that you cannot say that my one degree is going to be enough, one qualification is going to be enough. You always have to look at adding value to your qualification. I'm not saying just keep doing masters or keep doing PhD, but I'm saying keep adding values to your qualifications. And there are so many top-notch speakers going around the world speaking at this moment. Go listen to them. There are a lot of free courses also. There are MOOCs going on, massive online open courses going on. Look at them, start joining them, start upgrading your knowledge. It's going to be a big important aspect. For me, there's no bigger skill than flexibility is going to be required. Flexibility will be the key. You have to be very, very flexible. If you are rigid enough, if you start remaining into your own cocoon, and if you don't want to innovate, if you don't want to be flexible, obviously you are not going to be very successful. That's a very important. Resilience, self-care, team care, workplace care. These are some of the mindsets that you have to possess and which will help you to grow. Be flexible, talk cautiously, stay positive. These are some of the things which will help you to grow, which will help you to be successful in modern times, and will help you to build up in a very, very positive manner and grow in a very positive manner. These are my 2 cents that I wanted to share with you. Some things that I thought would be very handy for you people. And if anybody has any questions, they can come up with them.
Thank you, Professor Parikshit Manas, for sharing your thoughts and sharing the perspective from tourism and hospitality industry. We have a few questions for you. So, first question is from one of our participants attending at UP. His question is, what is the recruitment process of vocational trainer in new NEP 2020? Will the job be permanent?
See, let me take it in the reverse order. First of all, now under the new order, there's going to be no job as a permanent job. So that's a very, very critical thing. That's why I've been telling you, you have to be yourself flexible. You have to be very flexible, be resilient to what's going on. So once we are looking at jobs, we are not looking at a permanent sort of a job. These days, only permanent thing is a change. Change is the only permanent or only constant that we see. So you also keep evolving. The companies will also keep evolving. The organizations that hire you will also be will keep evolving, and that's a very important aspect that should be there in your mind. Whenever we this is the typical mindset that people come up with, that okay, are we going to get a government job? Are we going to be in a government job? Are we going to be in a permanent job? The fact is that how good you are. If you are worth it, you will be in job for rest of your life. And if you're not worth it, you will not remain in a job for another 10 days. So that is if you want to remain permanently in a job, you will have to be worth it. You will have to be the top people. It's not that you get a job and you then just leave it and then you move on. That's not going to work out. So the point over here is how good you are. That is going to be directly related to the fact that how long you do a job or how good a job you get. Next question, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Next question is, how much of job opportunity is likely to be affected, especially for new or fresh pass outs, when artificial intelligence and robotics are going to be used in tourism and hospitality industry?
See, what I see is that it's not going to have a huge impact. It's the similar scenario which was there in 1980s. 1980s, I think Professor Gina and the senior colleagues who already were, they would remember that we were very young kids, but we could hear the fact that computers are going to come in and computers are going to take away all the jobs of human beings. But that never actually happened. And then we had this Y2K scenario. Y2K scenario for youngsters was when from 1999, we were going to go into 2000. So at those days, I was doing my education in university. And it was a big thing when everybody thought that in 90 moment, the calendars changed from 1999 to 2000, the whole world is going to collapse. Probably some of you were not even born at that time, so you may not be aware of. Go back, Google the Y2K problem, the Y2K bug. And there was millions and millions of dollars spent worldwide. Even it was thought that the planes which are going to be hovering around at that time, moment the clocks change, these planes might fall down. This was such a big phobia, but it never happened. And it was a very smooth transition from 1999 to 2000. So that Y2K bug was also a flop. And now we come to the artificial intelligence in the world. So again, this scenario is being built up that the jobs will be lost. Again, I say, nothing is going to be lost. If you are worth it, if you innovate, if you are able to develop your knowledge, if you have the skill sets, nobody is going to take away your jobs. You have to have that particular definite knowledge of the subject, and you have to be good in your whatever you are trying to do. And nobody is going to be your substitute. But if you are not good enough, you can always blame anything or anybody in this world. So computers never took away our jobs. Y2K problem never took away our jobs. That's 1980 and 2000, and now 2020, VR is not going to take away our jobs. Yes, ma'am, next.
Yeah, thank you, sir. We had only these two questions directed at the time. I'll request Dr. Sharma to please add as a discussant and comments if you have. Professor Sharma?
Thank
you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Professor Manas. It has been a wonderful, insight. It is always a pleasure to listen to you, and I completely agree with you. In fact, I remember that in 1997, I was regional director of Indira Gandhi Open University in Jaipur till 2000, and once what happened that a person from a radio station came to meet me, and I thought that he had just come, and he started talking to me that okay, nowadays we are hearing about Y2K, what is this, and we were just sitting and talking. So he listened to me for around 20 to 15 minutes, and after that, what he did, he brought out his tape recorder, kept it on the table and said, sir, अभी तक आपने जितना बोला ना, आप दोबारा repeat कर दीजिए, मैं उसको record करूँ. So because on that, really on those days, it was a lot of scare that the ATM machines काम नहीं करेगा, this will stop, that will stop, those things.
Yeah,
but definitely
they were saying that planes will fall. Whichever number you are in a plane at that moment the clock ticks 12 o'clock and 1999 to 2008 आएगी, New Year पे सारे जहाज गिर जाएंगे. And it was such a big phobia. These youngsters may not realize at this moment who are 18, 19-year-old, but people who were born earlier prior to that and were in census, it was a big scare. लोग बैंकों से अपना पैसा निकलवा रहे थे सारा. कि पता नहीं बैंक एकदम आपका बैंक बैलेंस 0 हो जाएगा. तो आप क्या करो? So it was a big issue those days.
And it was a big opportunity for the people to start their ventures, because many agencies, they came up suddenly that we are giving you Y2K solutions, this, that, we will take care of software. So a lot of people got the golden opportunity also to make their careers. So I agree with you, and there are certain salient features which you have shared with our participants today. So I like the idea that nowadays what we need, that we believe that we as a learner in the field to learn something, we need to be a better learner, because things are changing very fast. So we need to be a fast learner also. A faster learner, something like Formula 1 car, from 0 kilometers up to 100 kilometers within 3 seconds, because the technology is really, the programming languages, the other things, they are changing very quickly. Very recently, those of you who keep themselves aware with technology, maybe knowing that. Elon Musk, the famous entrepreneur, he has many companies to his credit. In fact, he was the first person to send a spacecraft into the space and then brought it back with the rocket multi-purpose vehicle there. He has one company named as OpenAI, and his company, the OpenAI, means Open Artificial Intelligence, they have developed a technology, means the programming language, which is called as GPT-3, that is generative pre-training. It is a software. This software is supposed to be so powerful that if you tell this software, write an essay for you, write a book for you, it will write. And already there are examples, people are have been successfully conducted that. A person gave the instruction to the software that create a mobile app for me in which I want a photograph here, a button here, some text here, and it was done. So so things are going to definitely change. And what we need to have is that the development of knowledge, skills, and attitude. We need to be, keep them updated, change of mindset. And then we need to be make aware ourselves of various kind of tool sets, which are very much needed, like the online discussion, the blogs, the podcasts, the synchronous communication softwares, and those things, because they are very much needed. We need to be aware of how we can foster online learning communities, and particularly in tourism, in hospitality sector. I completely believe that it is all community work, community in any sense, because it is all collaborative. So there has to be some sort of engagement, interactions, learning conversations, acknowledging, valuing, accommodating diversity. And definitely, because India is a very big country, and it is, I think, only for India we say unity in diversity. Perhaps we are the only country in the world where we have 6 Rituye, and so no other country, either they are always at the time hot or cold or something. So much of the variety. And I think we are the only country in the world which we have an ocean in our name, the Indian Ocean. You must not never heard at an American Ocean or something like that. So accommodating diversity is very much important. And for reflective learning, the kind of articulation, the conversation, the kind of feedback which we need to provide is very much important. So there are many takeaway from your presentation, Professor Manas. I think the participants, they are going to be hugely, immensely benefited by your thoughts which you have shared. And you have really, projected a picture that what is going to happen in future. We need to be ready for that. And technology is a big source for that. We cannot avoid it. It may not overrule us, but definitely we need to make it work for us. And these things, they are very much. So I thank you so much for your insights.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for having me, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Priya, over to you now. And I can.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma and Professor Manhas, for sharing your thoughts and some of the tools also, which I am sure some vocational teachers can take benefit of that. Thank you so much for your words. Now we do the presentations, paper presentations. Yeah, we can begin with Dr. Monal. Dr. Monal, are you there?
Yes, she's there. And Monal, you are co-host. You can unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So we have our first presenter, Dr. Monal Devle. She is working as assistant professor in Delhi, Ambedkar University, Delhi. The title of her paper is Asking Critical Thinking Questions, Strategy to Explain Socio-Cultural Barriers in ESL Classrooms. Over to you, Monal.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, is the presentation visible?
Yes, Monal.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Monal. Like Fariha introduced me, I'm an assistant professor in Center for English Language Education, Ambedkar University, Delhi. The topic of my presentation is asking critical questions, critical thinking questions as a strategy to explain socio-cultural barriers in ESL classroom. So since there are only 10 minutes, I will try to fit in my entire this small scale study that I had conducted. So the outline of my presentation is divided into 5 parts, which is introduction, research questions, methodology, findings, and conclusion. What do we mean by critical thinking questions, which most of you have known about it, is to help students understand, made to think, self-reflect, and able to understand that whatever things are present to them, does it go beyond it? What are the things that they want to question it? So that is the most and important part of thinking, critical thinking questions. And as part of paradigm shift, I have used critical thinking as a strategy to help them to understand the students the concept of social-cultural barriers. When I'm talking about social-cultural barriers, it's a new concept which the students whom I have taught, they were a little bit aware of it, but they were not so sure that why they had to understand it as part of the course that I'm teaching to them. The course was taught to semester 6 of vocational students of tourism and hospitality in Ambedkar University, Delhi. The course was business communication skills, and they were introduced this term socio-cultural barriers. So the term that was introduced was differences in social status or culture due to which communication hampers. So they knew that these barriers exist, but why do they have to understand this? Because if these barriers are, if they are not aware of these barriers, then the communication might hamper. Along with it, this becomes this also is a very important part of the workplace. So in a workplace, what are the things that you have to keep in mind in order to make the communication effective? So social culture barrier is one of the feature which might hamper the communication. So they were provided case studies in order to help them understand what do I mean by social culture barrier, the concept, and also what are the different types of barriers are there in the existing society, in the workplace, and what they encounter into their day-to-day life. So the which I focused in the study was hierarchy in terms of gender, caste, class, and region, along with perception towards other person, in terms of their dressing style, speaking style, and effects on individuals. Because of this, because of the hierarchy, because of the perceptions, what are the effects such as depression, loneliness, anxiety, low confidence? These are the effects that can be visible. So how do I make them understand, and in what way we try to conduct, in what way I try to conduct this study? I'll explain it in a little bit more. The critical questions which are asked in these questions were some of these. Why do you think this has happened? After I introduced them the questions, sorry, the case studies, these were the questions that have been asked to them. How do you think this person react? Do you think it is appropriate for the person to behave in this manner? What would you do if you were in his or her situation? Would you react the same way or not? So these were some of the questions that were asked to them. Then the research questions that was the focus of the today of my study was, does asking critical thinking questions helps the students to understand social culture barriers? Is it an effective study? And critical questions indicate paradigm shift in terms of teaching and assessment. So these were some of the research questions that I was looking into. The study is still in the process, so I have just focused on only the first and the second question in this presentation. The methodology that I've used in this study was the pre-intervention, intervention, post-intervention. Pre-intervention, before I taught them the concept with the help of critical questions. So before teaching them this concept, I gave them case studies in order to help them understand what is social culture. And then I gave them the more case studies to make them aware of it. And after this intervention, what was the effect on them, on the students? That was the methodology that I have used. As I mentioned earlier, that the subjects of the study were 30 in number. Of semester 6 students who were pursuing undergraduate studies in vocational in Ambedkar, School of Vocational Studies in Ambedkar University, Delhi. In the pre-intervention study, these are my findings. In the pre-intervention stage, students were asked questions regarding the social culture barrier, their viewpoints, and through their answers, when I gave them one or two case studies, or when I gave them 2 or case studies, I asked them that, okay, fine, this has happened with me. What do you think? Why does this person has answered in this manner? So they knew that this is the concept is there. They didn't know that how it affects an individual. Along with it, they also didn't have any idea about how it affects, or why is it important for them to have the knowledge about it. In the intervention study, like I had mentioned, I have provided them the theoretical knowledge with the help of the textbook and introducing case studies. These were some of the case studies that I had introduced to them. In conversation among interns, a comment was made, Gujus. That person looks about as Guju as you. The person, however, was Gujarati and was offended. Another case was a new child from Coorg in school. Kids are lining up and the child is unclear as to what to do. Staff says, can't you understand Hindi? You are in Delhi now. So there were many other, but these were the 2 which I had given them. So the students' reaction was, ma'am, Gurju is fine. We always say it. We always talk among our friends. Mallu also we say. I said, it's not correct. It's also offensive. If somebody says something to you, so it hurts them. It's their identity. It's their regional, it's their regional identity. So if you talk about it, it hurts, and you are questioning their integrity altogether. So these were some of the questions that were asked to them. So describe your personal reaction to reading, discussing this case example. How many barriers are evident in each case? What did you learn about yourself in the course of this exercise? What did you learn about others in the course of this? And name 2 ways in which you can use what you have learned. So while talking to them, while discussing with them, it was very evident that they knew about it. They were very, very clear about it, but they were not so understanding that why is this so important for them to understand. Now, with each case study, when I talked to them, when I discussed with them in the class, they were aware, they were becoming aware of it, and they were able to understand that, okay, fine, we are not supposed to say it. We are not supposed to look at any other person in this manner, talk about any other person in this manner, or at least not point it out in this manner, because it is considered as rude, offensive, and it might hurt other person's feelings. So there was a post-intervention where the questions were provided in the end semester. They were able to answer all the questions, and they were able to express their viewpoints and understand what is to be considered as offensive and rude. The best part was most of the students, they came and they told me that, ma'am, now when we go for the internship, we know that, okay, fine. Even if at all we see someone, we are not so sure about his or her identity, but we will not say about him or no, or about her. We will not talk about somebody's dressing manner, dressing sense, speaking style also. So these were some of the comments which I got it. So the conclusion of my study, like I said, it's still an ongoing process. So far I have looked into the first and second part only. And through this, I could conclude that the students could understand the knowledge of socio-cultural barriers of communication with the help of critical thinking questions. Their answers reflect their change in thinking process. And it was evident that paradigm shift is an essential process in evaluation of teaching and learning practices in today's education. Yeah, so far, this is my presentation. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Monal.
Thank you. Faria, can I come in, Faria?
Thank you for sticking to the time. Yes, sir.
Faria, just I wanted to come in. In fact, Professor Manas will be leaving.
Okay, sir.
So we must thank him that he has in fact found time. He was very busy. I know he was in an international meeting. So Then he said he found out some time, just sneaked from that meeting and joined us. So thank you, Professor Manhas, and thank you for joining. If Professor Menon is there, I also thank him for joining.
Thanks for having me. It's always a pleasure working with you, talking to you, and working, being part of your webinar. Thank you for having me. Thanks a lot, Dr. Ramesh ji, for such a wonderful thoughts. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So now, Faria, you can take it up your paper presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Monal. Now, with this, we will move to the next presentation, which is by Seja, and Dr. Pitu of the presentation is Education 4.0 in India. Kia, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'll share the screen. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah. So the topic of presentation is Education 4.0 in India. Now, this was a pre-COVID study, and we are in the process of undertaking a similar study post-COVID. Now, to start with the context, a survey done by World Economic Forum suggests that expectations of artificial intelligence on the company's board of directors by 2026. So now coming to the background of online education, we can see the massive changes with the advent of information and communication technology and with the advancement of internet in the education arena. We can expect another wave which would be coming our way, that is the fourth industrial revolution. Now, what fourth industrial revolution would entail? It would require a symbiotic relationship between artificial intelligence as well as human beings. We can expect job composition to change, and there would be greater role of a real-time flow of data. Now, India is already affected by the myriad of its problem. There's poor evaluation patterns, while other countries are still working on laptops and studying on laptops. Our students are still lifting the burden of school bags. This would hamper the overall development of the country. Now, to come up as a solution, many online platforms have integrated technology into education. Various other researchers which have been done in this area point out the improved learning outcomes that such platforms entail. They highlight the role of collaborative learning environment. For example, Hussein in 2018 used the flipped classroom approach, where the mode of instruction passes on from a group space to an individual learning space, and students find such experience as enjoyable. There is also integration of gamification and intelligent tutoring systems, which would promote transparency and visibility, as pointed out by Kothari and Chatterjee. Now, this particular research highlights two important questions. First, whether these online platforms would improve learning outcomes in Indian context, and to list down the scope of their improvement. Now, to carry out the analysis, we use the content analysis, which is from the reviews, which is a way where the companies or the platforms interact with the users who share their experience to such platforms and provide suggestions, if any. So, as we can see in the table, 7 platforms were suggested, and these are the number of reviews taken from each platform. In total, they add up to 1,000. One thing we can see, the number of reviews is not same across all platforms, but nevertheless, every step has been taken to ensure that they do not affect the outcomes. One reason why the number of reviews were not same is that only reviews with Indian names were taken. So we may find some difficulty in more users using the edX or the more users using Mongoose, which is a foreign service provider. Next. We present the outcomes by basically 2 methods. First is word frequency analysis, which include word clouds and word trees, and the next is sentiment analysis. Under word frequency analysis, first is the word cloud, which helps us understand the frequency of words used with the help of the size. So as we can see, the most frequently used words are helps, learning, good, which in a way highlight the positive impact that such platforms have on the students. But mere usage of such words a large number of times does not actually represent the context in which some such words have been used. For example, we'll see. So, to present the context in which such words have been used, we present the word trees. Various word trees have been formed using the NVivo text search query. The first one being easy to use. Now, throughout the word tree analysis, every text which is highlighted in the green shows the positive impact on the learning outcomes, while in the red, as we'll see further, highlights the negative impact or any suggestion which the user may want to give it to, to the platform. So, in easy to use, we can see the preceding node and the child node consist of words such as outstanding, so simple to navigate, enables learning on the go, good stuff users, and so on, which highlight that students do not have any problem in navigating such platforms, and these have been created using user in mind. Next, the way in which the content is delivered plays an important role in the child's learning. So for this, we present two word trees, explain and visual. The first one is explain, is the method in which the teacher delivers the content or the tools which are used. So the text which has been highlighted in green uses words such as use proper tools, good teachers, interesting way. And in the right hand side, we can see that it uses words such as concepts very well. It covers all the concepts and so on. But there are two comments highlighting that uh, students are not able to capture a grasp of what has been explained to them, and this has been shown in the red color. Next, the visual. These platforms boast of providing animations, quizzes, videos, and so on, which provides a visual impact on the child's brain. So, again, a majority of text is highlighted in green. Animations, fun learning methods does help improve the learning outcome of the student. Only two content are in the red. Next, we come to courses. The picture was presented was very big, and so we had to split it into two. Now we can see what is follows as a mixed reaction. Some find it very suitable as they can access huge variety of courses from across universities of the world, so they are satisfied. While some other who feel mostly due to K-12 learning platform, and this particular thing may be affected due to presence of our difference in the platforms which have been taken. So some feel that these platforms need to come up with more courses. And to highlight those and to dig in deeper, we have presented some of the codes which says that please add this subject of social science, or add professional courses, or add engineering courses, and so on. Next, we move to the word tree of money. Now, this plays an important role as students, as we can see, find spending on such platforms as expensive, and they use the words wastage of, takes a lot of, lost my money, and nothing else. It is wasted. So, this may from this, we may conclude that such platforms are only available to privileged few in India, since our study is based on India, and majority are not able to access these courses. Next, we come to the word tree of videos. Again, what we follows is a mixed reaction. Majority of content is in red. Now, for video, students particularly feel dissatisfied with the list of courses. The first one being the pace sometimes is too fast of the video, or they may not be able to download the video, or it may end up consuming a lot of their already seen that content one time or two times, he will not be able to access that further. So such characteristic would hamper the learning pattern. Next, an important way in which a student process their knowledge and is in the doubt clearance. Now, doubt clearance plays an important part as it highlights better communication, clarify the questions and ask if anything. Now, again, we can see a almost all of the portion is highlighted in green color. Such platforms do help in improving learning outcomes and do provide better communication between teachers or experts and between their students. Next, we generate two word trees more, which is support and quality. Support may mean technical support and the teacher support. As we have already seen the teacher support, such platforms prove out to be beneficial. But what we can see over highlighted red part is students feel dissatisfied with the technical support. They say that technical support teams are disgusting and never, or if you improve your technical support, while there are others in this category only who feel that technical support have not been an issue for them and they were able to clarify their queries over this. Next is quality. Again, quality may mean content quality and the video quality. Content quality again is highlighted in the green. Students feel satisfied with the content quality. They are not having any issues with them. But then again, the problem comes in the video quality. A person says that it blurs automatically and they cannot see anything clearly, and the video sometimes keep changing to a low quality or continues to which may cause problems in the learning. Part of the outcomes is sentiment analysis. Sentiment analysis basically captures the emotional tone of participants. Here we classify sentiments into four categories. First, very negative, moderately positive, and very positive. Now, this table generates the sentiments using coding references, but as we pointed out at the beginning, that the number of reviews were not same across all platforms. So we presented those coding references into row percentages so as to make the outcomes comparable. Now we can see that majority of percentages is in moderately positive and very positive column. So overall, we can say that positive sentiment overweighs the negative sentiment. Now, coming to conclusion, on the basis of word cloud and word trees, such students do help in improving the learning outcomes by providing good quality content. They are easily able to navigate through the course, so they are easy to use. There's regular doubt solving and proper communication between teachers and the student. But there are some aspects where suggestions or improvements are required, which is limited access or technical support in some of the cases, and poor video quality, and also these courses were expensive. And the sentiment analysis shows the positive impact. Next, coming to recommendations. Again, strong technical support will be needed. These platforms should come up with try to charge justifiable charges so that the user can enjoy seamless experience into such platforms, and they can improve the video quality and remove the limited access part. Next, in India, we have to integrate the technology into schools because the condition of government school is pitiful, and such students majorly do not face any learning environment at their homes. If technology is introduced into such education. Next, regarding such courses were tagged as expensive, so there may be a slight role of the government in ensuring affordability and accessibility for all the users. And that was it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Priya, for the wonderful presentation. Now I would like to invite our next presenter, Meghna Joshi. Meghna, over to you.
Thank you. So I would like to share my screen. I wish to know if my screen is visible, if my PPT is visible.
Yes, Meghna. It's initializing, I think.
Give me a moment.
Meghna, it is showing Zoom installer. So
I'm just trying to connect. I'm not sure why it's not.
uh, you open your PPT. After that, click on share screen and then select that particular.
I did that. I did that. I'll try again. Is it visible now?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thank
So,
you.
thank you for giving me an opportunity to present my work. My name is Meghna, and I am the founder of a social enterprise based out of Delhi by the name of Swan Livelihood, and my venture is also incubated at Ambedkar University, Delhi, ACII. So the title of my presentation is Skill Development Initiative for Retail Sector, an innovative approach for the underprivileged sections of the society. And I would like to begin with the Sustainable Development Goals. If you talk about the Sustainable Development Goals, focusing more on SDG 4, which focuses on decent education, and SDG 8, which focuses on decent work and economic growth. We have seen that both these goals have been hard hit during the time of pandemic, with schools and colleges completely shutting down and millions of people losing out on their job opportunities. Talking about retail sector in India specifically, which employs nearly 50 million employees, workforce, and also around 15 million members, as per a recent survey done by Retailers Association of India, we can see that the frontline workers across these industries that were widely known, this was also evident during the time of pandemic, wherein we saw that these frontline workers worked immensely, supplying the essential commodities to the masses and were termed as heroes. So the frontline workers thus form the brand ambassadors of any of the retail chains which spread across the nation. And it is very important to bridge the skill gap of these frontline workers, because many of these people come from economically weaker sections of the society. We as a venture have assessed the aspirations of the youth and have taken up the challenge of providing skill-based trainings to the youth who are coming from the underprivileged sections of the society and are interested in getting themselves placed in retail sector. So the entire idea and the seeding of the venture began through a deep understanding of the pain points of the students coming from the economically weaker sections of the society, as well as the employers who used to employ these students. So so on one hand, we had students who said that they lacked a specific skill set, and on the other hand, we had employers who said that, who were very troubled by the fact that there exists a very high attrition rate in the industry due to lack of specific skills and also understanding. Um, we through the deep understanding of the pain points of the students as and the employers, we were able to develop a framework which comprised of specialized training, which led to an increase in the cognitive capacity of the students, in-depth mentor-mentee program for the students in terms of taking them for company visits, giving them exposure, giving them career counseling sessions, and also psychological counseling sessions. This was followed by placement and post-placement assistance. So the outcomes and the challenges were as follows. We were able to develop a very comprehensive training and a learning in-class training and a learning platform for these students, which started off from the outreach It was the community outreach wherein we conducted mobilization drives in various slum clusters, labor colonies. We through various methods like door-to-door mobilization, through pamphlet distribution, in order to create a general awareness about the masses and to make them aware about the benefits of the program. Through the initial round of mobilization, we got students visiting us for an orientation session wherein we tried to bridge their aspiration and also counsel them further on, to equip them with what's in for them, and also about the future opportunities which lie for them, which exists for them. Once these students registered with us, this was followed by practical in-class training classroom sessions for them, comprising of practical demos, psychological counseling sessions, training in basic communication skills, English communication skills, personality development, and also general understanding of retail sector. We also had practical sessions for them to increase their overall awareness level in the form of career counseling sessions, wherein we used to invite employers at our center to speak to the students and to equip them with the various job opportunities which existed for them. Also, we took our students for company visits, for exposure visits, so that they could be more clear on the kind of environment which exists, and also they get a chance to speak to the other employees who already were working in the profile. We also conducted alumni interaction with these students by inviting students who were already doing well and who were already a part of the organizations and have got promotions, to further instill motivations in the students. This was followed by the placement process, and also the post-placement process, to ensure that the students whosoever joins the organization does not leave the organization. There were a lot of challenges which we faced in the process because we are a new venture. We started our operations in January, which was the peak winter time, and also we saw a lot of protests which were going on in the city during that time, which made which made us difficult to access the community fully, to conduct awareness drives. We were operating from the university space through ACII incubation space, but due to the complete lockdown which happened in March, our operations came to an end, and we slowly tried to shift our functioning online, wherein we found that there was a huge technical divide which existed because these students who were coming from the economically weaker sections of the society did not even have an Android phone. Some of them who did have, we tried to create WhatsApp groups, we tried to counsel them, and we tried to communicate them with through phone calls, in order to bring all of them together in a common platform and to understand their problems. We also faced certain financial problems because we had received an initial seeding amount during the start of our venture, but due to the disruption and the closure of the university after March, the process could not be renewed. Even though we tried to move and shift all our operations online. Coming to the conclusion, there is definitely a greater demand in the skill development domain in the post-COVID scenario, more because we would be entering into the era of Industry 4 revolution, which means that we need to constantly keep on upgrading our skills. That also means that, considering not only for retail sector but also other sectors which are very closely related to retail, be it hospitality or tourism, Swan has developed an expertise in upskilling the youth through trainings, and we have conducted a lot of upskilling training programs and have been able to expand our operations to college going students and even working professionals during the time of COVID and during the time of lockdown by interacting with a lot of people, a lot of youth from all the sections of the society and understanding what is it that they want to learn. Mapping the aspirations of the students definitely functions and molding them in a way through the entire training curriculum so that there is an overall increase in the cognitive capacity and also a general awareness of the students who are enrolled in the training program is can be seen if the training curriculum is properly and a very and is very comprehensively articulated. Psychological counseling of the parents and also students we observed that helped a lot in breaking down and being more open to the problems which they were facing and so psychological counseling we felt that to a lot of extent helped the students who were specifically coming from the economically weaker sections of the society to understand their innate capabilities and to come up with us and to discuss things more openly as they used to do before. Uh, the prospective recommendations would definitely be to go to switch to an online mode because lockdown has shown that technology is here to stay and can provide us with wider access and scale. And with better technology, we would definitely like to expand our operations to tier 2 and tier 3 cities for upgrading the skills of millions of youth who currently lack, who are deprived of the necessary skills and who are wanting to learn more about various aspects and also get themselves placed in various organizations. With this, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Meghna, for the presentation. And it is actually a very interesting initiative. Okay. With this, we move to the next presentation. Parth, Suri, and Swati from Prama, and their title is Abilities Beyond Skills, Building Values, Attitudes, and Behaviors for Sustainable Employability. Parth, are you there?
Yes, Farih, I'm here. I'm just sharing my screen, so just give me 1 or 2 seconds.
Yeah, sure. Meghna.
Yes.
Yes, is my presentation visible?
Yes. Yes, Parth, we can see it.
Okay, just a second.
Yeah, you can make it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, is it visible now? I couldn't see it before.
Yes, it is visible. Just make it in presentation mode so that it goes on full screen.
Okay, sure.
At present, it is in slide view. You can press F5 on the keyboard.
Yes, it's done. I hope you can see now.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, like to thank Meghna for a brilliant presentation from Swan. And I feel what we'll be talking about is very much related to what's going on in the sector, in the skill development sector in particular. So my name is Parth Suri, and I have my colleagues Swati Sharma and Meghmala Sengupta, my co-authors in this paper. And we are from an NGO called Prava. So firstly, I would like to thank Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University for giving us this opportunity to share our research and experience on building and capacitating youth in 21st century life capacities and skills. So a big thank you for that. So a quick introduction about Prava. Prava is a youth development organization which was set up back in 93. And our mission is to build leadership capacities of young people and unleash their ability to bring transformational social change. We have a huge variety of partners pan India, and we are carrying out various schools, various adolescent and youth programs with schools, colleges, CSRs, CBOs, and the government. So, since we are particularly talking about the skilling and implication of 21st century life skills and capacities, let's first understand how does the skilling landscape look like. So, the data says that 34.3% is India's expected share in world youth population by 2020. So 34.3% means the entire world's youth population resides in India. Now that points to a huge demographic dividend we have, right? And Wall Street Journal says that because we have such a massive population of youth in the country, India will have to provide employment to at least 10 million young people every year. Now that's a huge number. Now let's understand that when there are so many young people to cater to, how does the trend look like? So within skilling sector, let's understand the trend in manufacturing sector in particular. So 30 lakh graduates join market every year, but the catch is only 5 lakh are actually considered to be employable. And even those who do find employment, they are often struggling with the issues like low motivation because there is a mismatch between what they are aspiring for and what is their current job role offering them. Also, these employees or these young recruits lack the requisite skills. So often what happens is they end up quitting their job, exploring different options, and that is why the rate of attrition is quite high in the industry. At the same time, the situation also poses problem for employers because they have to invest a lot in internal training because the new recruits are not at par with the industry standards. And also there is constant investment from their side to invest in dealing with people related issues. So a lot of time and energy goes into it. Interestingly, there is a data by India Skills Report 2017 which highlights that employers want 71% life skills and only 29% domain skills and technical skills. Now this is quite a surprise because India is having accelerated pace of skill development programs. We have Skill India Mission 2015 looking to skill 300 million people by 2022. Which is a very amazing job. But but this shows that what we are doing is just a subset of what actually needs to be done. So the number should be opposite, and life skills need greater emphasis compared to technical skills. So actually, by understanding the landscape, what we have been able to identify as two major needs are that firstly, we need to go beyond technical skills. So as fellow presenters were earlier sharing that 21st century job roles are very dynamic and ever changing in nature. And Professor earlier was also sharing that change is the only constant. Therefore, how can we capacitate our young people so that they are constantly in alignment with changing trends of the job market? The second thing is that young people, more than seeking employment, more than seeking livelihood, are actually aspiring to live very meaningful and creative lives, right? So their aspiration is not just it's not just about earning money. They are seeking a meaningful life, and professional or a fulfilling career is a part of it. So therefore we need to look at young people holistically. What are their aspirations, what are their developmental needs, and keeping that at the center, we need to design vocational training programs. So these were the two major needs which had come out. Also in the COVID context, the data or the studies which have happened before COVID, but after COVID the situation has become quite altered. So there are new demands within the sector, within the industry. Employers are looking for people who can quickly adapt to changes, who can constantly respond to to the kind of development industry is making on a daily basis. Also, we have witnessed that there is a huge financial crunch and there is added pressure on people to perform at their jobs. So, this has also created a lot of stress and anxiety among young people, especially for the youth workforce, because they have lack of experience and they are still getting a hang of what exactly employment means. So, COVID has actually intensified this need that young people need to be looked at holistically. So based on this need, we at Prava, after doing an analysis of the landscape, came up with a program called Abilities Beyond Skills. And this is Prava's response to the skilling challenge. Now our vision is that how can we bridge the gap between the expectations of the employers and the employees? So how can we equip our young recruits, our youth with flexible, congruent, wholesome leadership values, attitudes, and skills so that they excel as professionals and also as individuals? Based on this vision, now the challenge was already skill development programs are happening all throughout the country. So we did not want to reinvent the wheel. What we wanted to do was fill in the gap. So what we did and the approach our offering actually turned out to be that we created youth-centric modular life capacities curriculum framework which focus on transforming attitudes and values and behaviors of young people or people who would be joining the workforce. Now we entered into partnerships. We worked with CSRs, we worked with corporates, we partnered with educational institutes, government organizations, because the idea was that with the ongoing skill development programs, how can we complement and add this value addition of building 21st century life capacities and skills? Right, so we have been working with trainers who further impart these skills and trainings to young people. Now, the philosophy of this entire intervention, of this entire program is that we don't want to just touch and go engagement with young people. Our idea is that how can we create a fundamental transformation that will stay with them throughout their life. Therefore, we follow an iceberg model, that is we need to go beneath the surface, only beneath the apparent skills and behaviors, and really work on what kind of attitudes and values does the young person have. And when the shift happens at attitudinal and values level, that will stay with the young person all throughout his life or her life. The second aspect is that we will not be enforcing things on young people. We have to understand the kind of needs they have and consciously integrate that in the vocational training curriculum. So, self transformation and youth centricity are the two main pillars on which Abilities Beyond Skills program, ABS program's philosophy lies. Now, further, I would like to invite my co author, Swati, to tell us more about the ABS intervention and its framework. Swati, over to you.
Thanks, Parth. Yeah, thanks, Parth, for sharing the context and also taking us through with the vision, mission, and how this offering looks like. So from there, I would really like to share that we have designed this framework wherein we are working with the young people to build their values, attitudes, and 21st century capacities that will further strengthen their high performance skill. Because the idea is how we help these young people to build their capacities to deal with the prospective issues that might emerge at the workplace. And therefore, we work on the aspects like efficient employee, helping them to be effective employee, happy employee, and preferred employee. And when we are saying all these terms, what it entails, we mean how we work on their productivity, their commitment, and their accountability towards their work, how they respond to the customer, how they understand their needs and empathize with them, and along with that, how they work with their team. So how they resolve the conflicts, how they handle the cultural transitions, and along with that, it's really important how they take the larger ownership and take the initiatives at the workplace. And if we look at the larger picture, then it will further help them to become the conscious citizens and it will help them to appreciate the various diversities that might emerge at their workplace and in their personal life. So next slide, please. Yeah. And while I shared the intervention framework, it's really important to share the pedagogy, because the pedagogy need to be aligned with the intervention. And at Pravaha, we really believe in creating the learning spaces and creating the learning experiences for the young people. And therefore, our pedagogy is also revolving around experiential learning methodologies and 4Cs, as we can see in this diagram. So this particular methodology, we refer Cobb's experiential learning theories, and we also refer Donna E. Walker learning cycle. The specificity or uniqueness of this Walker cycle is that it really helps the young people to build the personal connect with the topic, and it really helps them to apply those learning in their real world situation. And this process strengthens the communication and collaboration skills, as well as help them to explore the creativity and critical thinking. And I would also like to share, this helps us to cater the different learning needs of the learners. So whether it's learning by doing, learning by thinking, learning by observing, or learning by feeling, it holistically cater the needs of the learner. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I'm sharing one case study of our intervention that we have implemented with Ambedkar University only. So we have co-designed this intervention with AUD. In 2017, we came together and we have brainstormed and come up with this 250 hours curriculum. And right now, with their Bachelor of Vocation degree course, we are imparting the life capacities. That subject is called LCSE, life capacities for sustainable employability. So we are imparting those classes, as well as we have co-designed this framework. And all the traits we are right now taking over. So the traits that are there and additional traits that will be coming up, all will be having this subject. The outcome, interestingly, we can see there is definitely institutionalization of ABS curriculum, as AUD have seen the value added intervention that we have done, and now it's part of the program. But along with that, we can clearly see in this diagram that how students are responding to this course. So we can see in first year of implementation, we have done some feedback retrospective tool analysis from the students, and we can see there is a significant shift in terms of self-awareness, ownership, decision making, learnability, and so on. And it's just not the shift that they are realizing, they also shared a lot of experiences and case studies wherein they are applying those learnings on their own the job trainings. So this case study actually really help us to understand how 21st century life skills and capacities are really important for us to focus along with the domain skills. The next case study, yeah. So this next case study, I'm just sharing along with the employability skills, how we are also working on building the entrepreneurial mindset and skills. So this particular program, we have done the intervention with PM UI Yojana that comes under Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. So we have co-designed this 60 hours entrepreneurial curriculum that we have imparted with Delhi ITIs, Polytechnics, and JSS students. 42 faculty members from these institutes were there in this intensive TOT journey. And throughout this program, we could able to reach out more than 2,000 students, and these students came up with 120 business plans. And further, the ministry have also selected and provided the seed funding to 3 business plans out of these. So we can clearly see there is a just not understanding of concept, there is application, and further there are more incubation provided to these students. And there are some anecdotes verbatim over here we can see on the screen. So clearly the students are just not enjoying the session because of the pedagogy, but also able to apply those learnings in their real world. Free framework about the entrepreneurial program in the next slide. So here you can see this is the framework for the entrepreneurial program, and the idea is how again we can build the 21st century capacities among these young people in terms of working on their goal setting, decision making, negotiation, resilience skills, how they can work on their adaptability and all. And for there are sessions, as you can see, like aspiration alignment, working on the financial management, or how they can see the world from the entrepreneurial lens. So all these covers in a holistic way. In the next slide, I would also like to give some brief about few more interventions. So what I really want to share that Pravahar does not have the limitation to work for a certain kind of audience. We do the detailed need analysis and we customize our intervention with a lot of diversified audience. So here you can see with a lot of institutes, CSRs, foundations, and skilling institutes, we are doing it, the intervention with two-wheeler mechanics. We are also working with the young recruits. Similarly, we are also working with disadvantaged youth in Delhi and other places across India. And we are also working with rural women entrepreneur. So, and with HCL across India, we are working with their Yuva Kendra partners. So there is a diversified flavor in this intervention that actually talk with the need of the learner. And here I would like to conclude this entire presentation. So yeah, so by sharing all these best practices, by sharing all these frameworks and some of the interventions along with their outcome, the idea is how to create the holistic skill development programs for young people. And it's just not critical to focus on the technical or domain skills, but also really, really important how we build the 21st century life capacities and skills in order to enable these young people to deal with the real-time challenges at their possible workplace and in their personal life. So thank you so much, Ambedkar University, for giving us this platform and opportunity to share our experience and best practices, and also carrying on this long-term partnership wherein we are able to work with their Bachelor of Vocation students. So thank you so much. And this is it from my and Parth's side. If you have any questions, you can please feel free to share on the chat box. We can respond over there as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Parth and Swati, for this wonderful presentation. So I'm sure for all the last 4 presentations, a lot of appreciation is there. There are so many messages for you people in the chat box. I can't find any question, so we can move the next session. Before that, I have a question for Professor Sharma. Dr. Sharma, there is a question for you.
Okay.
I'm just reading out the question. The deliberations have highlighted that technology is here to stay and it is somewhat equated to being transformative. However, what are some of the danger in using these technologies, especially in the era of digital colonization and Zoom bombing?
Faria, can you repeat the question?
Okay, the question is, what are some of the dangers in using the technology, especially in the era of digital colonization and Zoom bombing?
Oh yeah, a lot, many. I think I can suggest all of you who are listening to this program, and if you have subscribed to perhaps Netflix, because I know that it is on Netflix, there is a movie, it is called as The Social Dilemma. Please watch that. That is a good answer to your question. What happens that now anything, any click which we do on the web, it's saved, it is recorded. And say particularly if you are unhappy with Modi government on something and you have shared your thoughts and said something, and after half an hour you thought, "Oh, galti ho gayi, let me delete it." For you it is deleted, but for internet, for web, it is not deleted. Anything, any single click, any text, any photo, anything which we upload in there, it is saved. Now, what happens? All the social media platforms, they try to catch our attention. Take the example of Facebook. If you try to remain absent from Facebook, then they have developed those algorithms. If you remember in the morning, Professor Anusing Lauter, in her speech, she was telling about algorithms. Definitely, this is the era of algorithms. The powerful the algorithm, the more the software take control of the things. So what it will do, I suppose Fariha is remaining absent from the social media for a long time. And Vitika thinks that, okay, so a prompt will go to Vitika that let me upload a photo. And if in that photo, even if Fariha is present or Parth is present or Swati is present or not, tag them. They will prompt you to tag your friends because their face recognition software will identify or something will put it. And as soon as a person is tagged, the message will go to that person. And that person is tempted to say, oh, okay, something has been posted. As soon as that happens, the software becomes successful and we are defeated because it tries to make us on that way. So the danger is that lot of things they are happening, they are trying to get our attention to these things. They try to bring us back from there. And that's why in this age of social media, it has become very much important. And that way, yeah, no one dares to criticize him. So, so that way, we need to, what in that case, what we need to have, we can have our say curriculum or our educational practices or our practical component in such a way that the educational attainments, our educational outcomes, they are oriented around that field. We all are attached to it, and that way it can serve our purpose in a better way. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Sharma, for a lot of insights on technology. So I'm Ankush from SVS, and I'll be taking off the session for the last session. So thank you, Professor Sharma, for a lot of insights on technology and using of technology as a resource for skill development. So I would like to thank on behalf of SVS.
Ankush, just give me 1 second.
One more question.
Since it is about technology, I want to share you one thing, that how we are using it, and particularly for hospitality and tourism, means how the technology is being used. Now, see, this is a virtual museum, and those of you who are into the field can, you may be knowing that various kind of virtual museums. So this was a, okay, let me share how to use. This is our group in Brazil. Like we have Ambedkar University here, which is the public state university. Similarly, in Bahia, which is the second largest state after São Paulo in Brazil, this was the museum there, which got burnt out in the fire some 100, 200 years ago. So using the Unity software, the virtual museum has been created where the people, they can visit. And you see, this is all using the software. The environment has been created using UC. So after you fill up, this is the inside. So you go inside and visit the pages. This is the museum, which was a replica of exactly at that time point, some early 18 something there. So, and it is all in 3D. You can participate it. You can just interact with the environment into it. You can go inside the hall, then see the performances being happening there. These green arrows, they are the direction in which you can go, you can move, and then provide your feedback like that. So these are the applications available to us which make the use of technology. And in our field of vocational skills development, the tourism, hospitality, etc., etc. These things, they are of high use. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sharma, for all your insights for tourism and hospitality, and what is happening in this. Even in Delhi, Delhi government has initiated a few projects where they are talking about virtual movement in the major monuments. So I'm sure they will land up this. This will come back to the country also for development in skill and tourism. So
Very true.
Very
true.
So carrying on with the next session, I would like to call upon our pre-VC, who is Professor Salil Mishra. So Professor Salil Mishra has been the pre-opening faculty for Ambedkar University, and he has also been a pre-opening member for our school also. He has been a guiding star for all of us at SVS. So he's talking about his background. He is a professor in history, starting his career from in teaching from the year 1984. So he has been into teaching from various institutes, premier recognized institutes in the Delhi NCR. So I would like to call upon Professor Salil Mishra.
Thank you, Ankush. I would Thank you, Ankush. I would like to congratulate Professor Jaina and his team for putting up this extremely timely, extremely relevant, extremely important one-day webinar, which was a mindful of ideas. I attended some of the sessions and there was some problem. I was not able to attend all the sessions because there was some problem with technology at my campus. But I thought that the kind of ideas which were coming up were extremely rich. Those ideas need to be not simply applied mechanically, but also developed further, and so that they become a kind of resource for us at the Ambedkar University. At the Ambedkar University, we are trying to create very new and very meaningful alliances with the world of technology, with the world of skills, with the world of social employability, and we are all doing it within the framework of social sciences and humanities, because ours is a social science university. So I think this seminar, this webinar is extremely relevant for us and also very timely. I am not an expert on this field, but I would very briefly and very broadly like to make 3 points. First is just a ratification of the point that was made in the morning by the professor from NCRT. This was about the 21st century, how radically and how dramatically different 21st century is from the earlier centuries. Above all, the 21st century, that is the global context. The 21st century is constantly eroding boundaries. Modern economy and modern technology is so dynamic, it's so revolutionary that it's constantly demolishing, destroying, eroding whatever boundaries which exist. The earlier boundaries really have no meaning. Boundaries of identity, ethnicity, nationality, citizenship have suddenly become very tenuous, very uncertain, very volatile. We do not know. One thing which is absolute employability and the vocational competence, that is something that remains with you. At a time when modern economy is just stripping a person of all his or her identities, of primordial identities. We don't know. Our nationality is not important. Our geographical location is not important. Our caste, religion, all of them become less important in this age of completely, constantly explosive technology. What remains with us is our own skills. So skills become the new identity. They define a person. They are at the root of a person's new identity. You are defined by your skills because your skills carry with you wherever you go. They become an inseparable part. Such is modern economy, such as modern technology, such as the 21st century. Skills become an integral part of every person. It becomes a part of the identity. Skill is the new identity in the 21st century. That being the case, we, educational institutions, society, country must invest in skills, in sharpening, imparting, and ensuring that the skill component is well placed. That is the requirement of the times. That is the new identity. This is not, I'm not making a new point. This was made in the morning. Very extremely important point. I'm just adding a little bit to it. The second thing, I'll just say three things and then stop. The second thing that I want to say is that it is also an opportunity, also an occasion for us to correct some of our own traditional attitudes. These traditional attitudes pertaining to work, pertaining to skills, they may be operated in other countries, but in our country, in India, much more so. In our country, traditionally, the attitude to work and skill has been somewhat schizophrenic, somewhat hypocritical, somewhat ambivalent. Work and skills are despised and coveted at the same time. Traditionally, there is a kind of a looking down upon work and therefore looking down upon skills. And those sections of the society which carried skills, they did not belong to the upper echelons, they belonged to the lower sections. So there was a kind of a despising, the attitude, it was despised, derogatory attitude. And yet this was a supreme requirement of the society, so it was also coveted. So the attitude towards skills and work was despised and coveted at the same time. I think it's high time we got rid of these kind of mental, attitudinal cobwebs, and it's high time we frankly began to recognize the supreme importance, indispensability of skills. It's time we recognize skills as the new identity, as the new soul, as the new defining feature, as the new defining attributes of each individual, of me, of you, of everybody. We have different skills, but it's our skills that make us relevant and useful. It is our skills which define us. It is our skills which actually decide our identity. They are the new identity. So apart from the global context, apart from the 20th century context and all that it means, this is also an opportunity. A focus on skills gives us an opportunity to also get rid of the vestiges of these traditional hypocritical attitudes that have been prevalent in our society. Attitudes which seem to need work and yet look down upon work. Attitudes which are dependent upon skills, but they tend to look down upon skills. I think the earlier we get rid of them, these are mental cobwebs. They are a carryover from the tradition. They are a residual effect. They are going away, but have not completely gone away. But the earlier they go away, the better for all of us. So there is a clear attitudinal dimension to it. The new focus places skills absolutely on top. Skills are not to be reduced to employability. Skills are larger than employability. Skills are not just about vocational competence. Vocational competence is only a part of skills. Skills are so much more, attitudinal skills and all kinds of skills, philosophical skills. Therefore, placing skills at top is an important thing. And I think it's a good occasion, it's a good moment, it's a good opportunity for us to place skills right at the top of our cognitive educational priorities. The third point is more specific. It pertains to my own university, our university that we are all a part of. Ambedkar University, as you all know, is by its act, it is mandated to promote research and teaching in social sciences and humanities. But that's not it. That's only a part of it. The university is out to create new alliances, very interesting alliances. Universities trying to make bridges which were considered somewhat antagonistic or incompatible or somewhat different from each other. So the world of social sciences was considered to be different from the world of management and engineering and technology and so on. These are kind of gaps which we want to fill, which we need to fill, and it's very important. Philosophy and technology are not enemies. It's high time we recognize this. They need each other. Philosophy makes sense only when there is a kind of an alliance with technology, and technology in isolation without a social context is again will not be effective. So these kinds of alliances are important. These kinds of marriages, social marriages, cognitive marriages are extremely important. On education, I think our attitude has to be, it is not to be totally in abstraction. social sciences training tends to take people towards abstraction. We need to get away from that, but not totally instrumentalized also. In technology and skills, they tend to look upon education as an instrument, as the attitude becomes somewhat instrumentalized. What we need to do, and what we at Ambedkar University very much want to do, that we want to again take education training away from total abstraction, but also take it away from a very instrumentalized attitude. There is nothing instrumentalized about it. Education is not an instrument. When we talk about skill, when we talk about employability, when we talk about vocation, we are not treating it as an instrument. We are treating it as a very integral part of training, an individual's training. And skills are not to be reduced only to employability, and vocational skills are skills, and we need to look upon skills in a very holistic, in a very inclusive kind of a manner, and not in a very narrow manner. We need to provide a new imagination to skills. So friends, and these are the kinds of experiments that we want to make at Ambedkar University. We have a School of Vocational Studies, which is constantly in dialogue. It's not just a corner in a university. School of Business is not just a corner in a university. School of Design is not just a corner in a university. It's a part of the university, and the idea is that we must have very interesting dialogues across schools, across concerns, across disciplines, in such a manner that School of Vocational Studies provides one kind of a dominant dimension, and other schools which will provide another kind of a domination, and important, interesting alliances are built up. Because these alliances are the order of the day. That is what 20th century is all about. That is what new education is all about. And I think I'm so happy that this webinar took place at such an occasion, at such a moment, which highlighted some very, very important points. We need to apply these points, but much more than that, we need to also develop these points through more discussions, through more deliberations, through more webinars, and then we will bring these ideas, we will develop these ideas, we'll turn them into concrete action points, and we'll try, and then we will try and see to it that these ideas, these deliberations become very, very central to our transactions at the Ambedkar University in such a manner that skills, we are able to place skills at the top of our priorities, and also provide a new imagination. Well, thank you very much. And before I end, I would again like to congratulate Professor Jena and all the team, all the people sitting here, and all the members of the school for taking this wonderful initiative, and it must continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Salil. Ankush, just 1 minute. Some of our friends in the webinar, they have requested for PPT. Let me tell that it will not be easy for us to email you individually, but we will procure them. We'll request our presenters and then share them on our AUD SVS website. The link was already shared. Otherwise, you can go to our School of Vocational Studies website, and from there, that will take few days, but all the PPT presentations, they will be available to you. We are sorry that we cannot email them to individual people. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Ankush, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Salil. Dr. Sharma, can I continue with the rest of the part?
Yes, yes. I just wanted to make that announcement. Now, microphone is back to you.
Right, sir. Thank you, Professor Salil Mishra, for all your inputs. Till date, we had been only thinking about skills in terms of employability and job, but a real insight of something which is means above ground reality of what skills is. So a lot of that insights of skill development. I'm thankful to his presence and a lot of thought-provoking words which he has given an initial input in terms of what skill development is. I would also like to call upon Professor Sitanshu Shekhar Jina for his address. And I would also like to mention that he is Dean SVS and he is the brain behind this thought-provoking webinar. So I would like to call upon the professor. Thank you, Push, and also I must thank our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sadil Misra, finding out some time for us and joining in this valedictory and also discussions in the last session. In fact, when we started planning this particular national seminar, in fact, it was earlier it was seminar which was scheduled in March 2020, just before the lockdown was announced. Nationwide lockdown was announced, and at the time when government also came out with a circular that no large debate should be organized. That's how we had to last minute, just 1 day or 2 days before the seminar, we had to postpone. And then we waited such a long time, thinking that things should improve. And we did not find that now also it is not possible to have the face-to-face national seminar conducted. So we came out this proposal of conducting the webinar. We had many resource persons we had identified because of the possibility of time that we have to reduce the 2-day seminar into 1 day seminar, 1 day webinar. That's what we thought of. And that's how, otherwise, what we do subsequently when things get normal, and we will try to again catch up with you all and come out with a new way of thinking the whole perspective of the vocational education program, particularly skill development. Let me tell you that when we started conceptualizing this 21st century learning skill, though we never knew that the National Policy on Education 2020 will give so much of emphasis on this aspect, not only on vocational education, when it talks about multidisciplinary approach to the higher education scenario, all these things it talks about. So they also feel that the policy says that 21st century skills should be developed among all the students at the higher education institution, and particularly starting from the multidisciplinary approach should be working at the school level as well. And some kind of integration should be taking place between the general education and vocational education. And even it goes further to say that the students of the colleges or universities should be allowed to take one skill development course wherever it is possible, so that the employability skill is also particularly they get into the job market and their employability skill also is enhanced. So when we thought about this particular initiative, that's how we conceptualize the entire thing of having a webinar with such good thoughtful initiative, and also refining our curriculum. One of the objectives is, let me tell you, that we are in the process of revisiting our, and when these are some of the inputs to give us to revisit our curriculum. That is our hidden, let me tell you, the hidden agenda that we had in our mind as far as organizing this webinar is concerned. So I must thank you all on behalf of the School of Professional Studies and giving your whole day time and helping us in synchronizing certain things in our curriculum design process. I don't want to spend much time because whole day you have been here since 10:30. So I know how it is stressful. If it is in the face-to-face mode, then it's okay. But when it is using the technology, it is very strenuous thing to do. I understand that. So before we move further, I request that Simran can give just briefly the consolidation of the entire thing what has happened today, so that it refreshes our memory. This is what I thought we have planned with Simran before we say in the plan. So Simran, please.
So thank you for Jana and Krishna. I'll be quickly taking you through the sessions that we've been a part of this morning, and I'll provide you with a quick snapshot. We started with Professor Senapati's address in the morning, and who emphasized on the optimistic future of vocational education in India, where we're trying to have at least 50% of our students in vocational education by 2025. And as Noam Chomsky once said that the world is a global village, Professor Senapati's address echoed those sentiments about collaborative measures taken by the government with South Korea, thereby making vocational education a truly global experience. Building on Professor Senapati's address, Professor Lathe stressed on the importance of imparting life skills, especially in higher education. Her address was extremely important in the current times where we see students undergoing a lot of anxiety due to the current pandemic. Next, we had Professor Khambia, who stressed on the importance of job-specific skills and employability skills when it comes to vocational education. He also spoke about introducing vocational education to students from class 6 onwards, with an intent to acquaint them with the expansive realm of vocational education. Following his address was Professor Mohan Menon, who spoke about the dire need for a radical shift in the pedagogical framework of vocational training. He highlighted how vocational education is not positioned to meet the needs of 21st century, which are ever evolving in the digital world. In the light of these concerns, Professor Menon suggested to operate within the paradigm of lifelong learning, where we have collaborative and contextual learning. Following this, we had Professor Manhas, who reiterated Professor Menon's sentiment and spoke about increasing virtual penetration in the current post-COVID world, where we would have a lot of emphasis on tech, savviness, and data literacy. And again, Professor Sharma, I think he further addressed the imperative and indispensable need of fostering technological and vocational skills. But I think Professor Salil Mishra made a very important point of including the social context and the social fabric when it comes to implementing technology. And I think this is one of the biggest takeaways of today's session, because nothing can happen in vacuum, and technology works within the social space. To conclude, I would just like to say that the deliberation, that today's deliberation really set the stage for both micro level and macro level dialogue with regard to vocational education. And we hope that our conference really sets the engine and initiates a dialogue where we can further improve the vocational education system in India. We once again thank you all for being here with us, and we hope to connect with you in person in the near future. Thank you. And before we go, I'm so sorry, before we go, I really want to thank our students who've been working at the back end and really helping us to rapidure all these sessions. We did not see them today, and it's amazing how technology really got us together in this sense. So thank you, the students who were there, sitting in their homes, rapiduring for us. So yeah, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Simran, for your kind words. I'm sure the best yardstick for our progress is not others people, but it is ourselves who involve eventually and learn from various resources. So as we come at the closure of the session, I would like to thank all respected dignitaries, resource persons, all presenters for their wonderful stay back with us for the full day from morning till evening. And I'm also very thankful to Team IT at SVS, at AUD, the students and the faculty and the staff of Ambedkar University. I also would like to pay a special thanks to our research associate Simran for taking care of a lot many things with the student volunteers, Nilambar, Pallavi, Janardhan, Varsha, Chavi, Deepthi and Sohani.
With this, I would also like to give a thanks to our Deputy Dean and our Dean, SVS. With this, I would like to say a big thanks to pre-VC sir, VC ma'am, for their lot of support in making this fruitful day happen. So in the last, I would like to thank all of for making this happen and making this a grand success. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you all. So see you again in another team soon. That's what we are putting.
Thank you, everyone.
Everybody, and the students, we thank you all, and experts also.